Hesitation? Not today! You do not know what I have gone through to sit in this chair and push this button. Legend Watto and welcome! Fearless first! Shit! I was gonna fucking text you. Or DM. Let me update the boards. How are you all doing, friends? Mega Boss, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. Oh, that puts Fearless and Shauna as tied again. Got that slow burn marble racing kind of vibe. Johnny, how are you doing? Watto, and welcome. Yeah, Mega Boss Devil Daggers doesn't leave much time for anything else. Oh, now one tip, because at this point, Mega Boss, it's not a question of if, but when. Like, my hands aren't what they used to be. Like, which is why I haven't played Hyper Demon as much. I have a genuine tip for beasting through the first, like, minute and a half. Play it with some tunes blaring. Because when you're actually going for it, the audio prompts of where things are really, really good. However, when you get to the late stage, listening for the audio prompts basically overwhelms you. So getting into a rhythm as to where everything is. Oh, Shitaru, Watto, and welcome. That was my secret to I think mine's like 3.5 minutes, 4 minutes, I forget. J-Post, Watto, and welcome. Oh, hang on. Yeah, so if you haven't played Devil Daggers, it is incredible. It is one of the best examples of like the top of the mountain style game. The premise is simple. Survive for as long as you can. You're trapped in this ever-looping hell of swords. You are a wizard cursed, and all you can do is shoot daggers from your hands. In actuality, it's like a Street Fighter Third Strike of like timed shooter. Enemies spawn at pre-given intervals. You must dispatch them as quickly as possible, whilst also collecting gems to power yourself up. And it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. The goal is simply to survive to 6 minutes. 6 minutes and 66 seconds. Yeah, I know that means it would be 7 minutes, but that's not the point. It is fast, frenetic, and incredibly complex. Not complex in the, like, shit tons of controls, but, like, you can shoot daggers from your hands like a machine gun, or if you tap it, you can fire them like a shotgun. The gems dropped by enemies will automatically head to you unless you're firing, so you have to stop firing for a second to get pickups. However, like in terms of technical ability, you can do things like rocket jumps and aerial leaps. So good, so good. I spent years having it as my lunchtime game. I managed to get a pretty decent score, but I've never cleared it. Because there's only one achievement, and that's to survive. And I haven't managed it yet.
Cult member, you're selling yourself short. It's at least mascot.
I don't know what you're talking about, Shitaru. This is clearly just a plain black shirt. I don't know what you're talking about. God, weird. So weird. Anyway, I know we got to hang out on Saturday, but Memnol's kind of a different thing, so I've missed you lot. I hope you're doing splendid. Let's get Jank Tank and Sank! Yup! Oh, good to see you, friends. How are you all doing? Tell me your tales. Boy, howdy, the game's news is weird. Like, I don't know a better thing than just holy fuck.
anxiety. I take my time, make them shine, cause you're eyeing me. Life on the line now in history. Everybody flipping what they find. Hope you remember me. Brands with the fans make you dance to.
Oh, wait, cool. Phyllis, that's fucking rad. Yeah, Mega Boss, I saw Zalavir just has a game lying around. That's not even his second. That's just one he made and just has sitting about. Oh, yeah, and J-Post. I've been looking at that. If you didn't see, friends, that I don't know if the deal is still going on, but currently Steam Deck's the cheapest they've been. And the only reason I'm looking at it is because, admittedly, it's the previous gen. So it's the LCD screen, not the OLED screen, which I think is fine. But it runs Sea of Thieves. And I'm like, one step closer to having like a fleet of people in the same space. But I gotta be sensible, because like the lease on this place is up in November, and whether I stay here or move in with a friend or do whatever, moving is always ridiculously expensive. So yeah, expect some big winter streams to make up for being ridiculously poor. But next year things should start picking up. Because Oh, a Mega Boss. Absolutely. Like, physical stuff like, figures, kits, limited editions and things like that are fine to pre-order, so long as it's not a day one edition. If the game is already out, and, like, they come out with a super...
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
What hope? It's 100 degrees where I am and I am hiding from a giant death laser while wanting to take a walk really badly. TT.
Well, MDH, I have a wonderful underwater Soviet jank spiritual sequel to System Shock to show you today. And we'll get into that in a bit, but at very least, it should help alleviate the cabin fever till you can get outside. It hasn't quite hit 100 here, and God bless AC, but it's warm. Well, okay, so Alnus, the no pre-order rule is because with a lot of games, the pre-orders don't count towards the success of the title, they count towards the success of the marketing. If you pre-order a big budget title, that won't be, oh hey, way to go dev team, it'll be, way to go marketing team. And sometimes that can really, that won't be counted in favor of the dev team come, I don't know, like, come bonus time, come time to decide like whether or not the studio's being kept. Whereas day one sales are fucking brilliant. And Vanderbeest, we've got loads to talk about. Sorry, and thank you for filling the pint glass, and MDH, thank you for 54 months. And yeah, Dustin, you're going to be coming out this way, like, August time, right? So, fuck yeah! J-Post, I have a friend that started playing it in VR, didn't have a good time, but is having an excellent time with Riven. Though, I want to do Laureate and the Laser Eyes next. That's the next, like, big one. So yeah, in terms of conversation topics today, I got loads to talk about. I've got loads of stories of game devery that are now out in the public space thanks to my buddy Julian. I got... God, there's enough games industry news to keep us going. Like, we don't really need to cover the drama of the day, but it is exceedingly funny to me. And there's been a couple of like other little weird ones as well. So yeah, we haven't really started. Oh, and just as a quick little side one, for those of you that remember Terra Nil that came out, I think it was last year, it got a free update with a bunch of new content, so fucking wee. Yeah, the hard drive, the Stardew Valley, like hardcore mode. Blobicus Maximus. Y'all are getting weird with it. But thank you. Yeah. Might have to give Discord a kick in the... Well, Dinobot a kick in the jank in a second. But... Yeah, no, Fearless. But you and I both, like, binged Terra Nil hard. I have a very blobby friend in Rome called Blobicus Maximus. I told you, the blobby has existed long before man, and it will exist long after. So yeah, I guess it's like, what do we want to talk about? Like, thank you all for bearing with me last week. Everything got on top of me real hardcore. Like, I'm not going to get into details, because that's not what today is about, but it's just, right now I'm basically working 3 jobs, and last week I was very stressed out by a lot of things and basically drinking to cope, and it all kind of culminated in a big old mess, which is why I lost like Thursday and Friday to, you know, braid spiders. So yeah. I don't know, maybe we'll talk about it, not today, but I'll take you through everything that's kind of like weighing on my noggin at some point. Because, you know, I'm very much an open book with all of this stuff. I just don't want to track in my nonsense. What I will say, though, is that somebody made my personal nightmare as a video game.
They
And
say only 3 things will survive entropy. Cochra cakes, Nokia 3310 phones and Mr. Blobby.
Flavor 6, you're not wrong. You know how there's some memes that are super dumb, but no matter how many times you see them, they still make you laugh? The Mandalorian one, where it's like, have you bought more Beskar? No, Forge Master, something stronger, and it's a box of Nokia 3310s. This will make fine armor for the younglings, the foundlings. Okay. So yeah, and Dinobot, I need you to be doing your stuff. Come on, Dinobot, you fucking bastard. And Fearless, the problem was, it wasn't. Like, Thursday and Friday were not self-care days. They were will spiraling out of control days. Like, you know, a self-care day is when you're like, shit, things are doing bad. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take the day to look after myself. Whereas it was very much a... Yep. Anyway. While we wait for the rest of the squad to get in, in terms of video games, though, I have been playing a buttload of Thronefall, which I'm sure you're all aware of. But if you haven't played it, it's similar to Two Crowns, and it's very, very good. There we go. All right, now Dino's done its stuff. Rest of the squad will be in just a second. We can welcome in the crew, and we can talk about games news. And I have to resist the urge to sing the "Do Not Diddle Kids" song.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons
It's Always
online.
Sunny.
All systems nominal.
Snuggly! Watto and welcome!
LOL.
Snuggly, has someone already told you about Sonar Shock? Because we're playing that today, and I cannot wait to show everybody. Legend, I'll explain in a sec. Judica, Watto and welcome! Come on in, friends, come on in. Come on in, friends. Ooh, okay. So I guess I can talk about today's game before we get into it. There's a load of games industry banter I want to chat with you all before we get playing, but this is the game we're playing today. It is called Sonar Shock. It is an incredibly independent game, came out a couple months ago. And it's done okay on Steam. Like, not gangbusters, but not completely ignored. But the concept of it, I am obsessed with. Because System Shock is a seminal game in the whole first-person genre. Because it was one of the first attempts to kind of marry RPGs in a first-person setting. But I don't know if you've played the original System Shock recently. Not the remake, but the original. It is a janky mess. Because we were still learning as an industry how to play.
I had trouble sleeping last night, so I started flipping through the dictionary reading each entry. By 2 AM I was past caring.
Okay, Airman, that is very clever, and I like that one. Obviously, thank you for the 500. That's $5 to keeping my dumbass alive. Thank you. But yeah, so the game we're playing today, Sonar Shock, is a spiritual sequel to System Shock. Not System Shock 2, none of that, the original. And it's what if you took that early tank controls, like almost point and click concept and carried it forward with like modern game design elements. And I've been so excited to share this with you. This is predominantly a single person project with some assets from outside. And it looks fucking good. You're on this underground submarine the size of a city. It's got this whole kind of like post-CCCP fall, like Slavic jank aesthetic. Yeah, no, it is indie AF. But the idea of taking an old seminal game and creating a direct sequel from that, you know, some people have done it with Homeworld in different ways. There's one game I'm waiting to come out of early access, which is a pseudo-realistic fleet battler. But yeah. But with this one, like, when I say like tank controls, there's no strafe. You reload your weapons by physically moving elements in the UI. You know, you have the point and click chatting with everybody. Like, Sonar Shock has fascinated me. And I'm so happy it exists. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, in terms of puzzle games, before we do Riven, the two that are on my docket are either L'Oreal and the Laser Eyes or 1,000 Times Resist. Because, I mean, they look fucking brilliant. Fangoriously, Watto and welcome. Hoffman, Watto and welcome. Come on in, friends. Lagmeister, hello, hello. Nick, how you doing? Nick, you're gonna fucking love today's game. Like, I'm very glad you're here. And Cigarette, Watto and welcome. Come on in, friends, come on in. But yes, Nick, the game I sent you upsets me because I know I'm going to have to play it. Like, I know I'm gonna have to play it. I don't wanna. Oh, sorry. There is a game that came out last week called Murky Divers. It's Lethal Company Subnautica. And that's it. That's the concept. To Thralljo, Watto and welcome. Thank you for the follow. And Turtlebox. How do I know Captain Kando? Who the fuck is Captain Kando? Who's Captain Kando? Ah, and Barney in VR. Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Okay, so what's been going on? Yesterday was kind of... I mean, I was very hungover for yesterday, but for good reasons this time, not bad reasons. Sunday night, me and Eric went to go see South Park the Musical Sing-Along, and it was brilliant. Then we went to a bar up in Cap Hill and ended up meeting more like games industry friendos. Oh, sorry, making games industry friendos. Anyway, it was one of those evenings where I didn't eat enough and I lost track of how many gins I was consuming. Because the person we met and started hanging out with was a tech artist. And it's rare I get the chance to actually chat with tech artists. So it was a really good night. But yeah, I was just killing gins like there was no tomorrow. And it turns out, friends, that some eggs, followed by a dinner of and fries, it's not enough for how much I drink. So I was very hungover yesterday. But yesterday was kind of a big day. You might have seen last week that my good buddy Julian, who also worked on Rome 2, put out a big old statement. Come right down, Lee. Put out a statement about what it was like working on Rome 2. Now, if you're a Total War fan, you know Julian's face, because he basically became like the poster child. Don't shoot your balls, mate. Amos. Oi! Don't shoot your balls. It's my life. Julian ended up basically being both the face and scapegoat of Rome 2's problems. Let me switch gears. I want to do Sonic and Chill for this one. Okay, so if you weren't there, 1,000 years ago, I worked on a Total War series, and I predominantly made a YouTube show about Total War. It was called Rally Point, and I'm still fucking proud of what I did with that one. But there was one particular episode where we interviewed our good buddy Julian, who worked on the AI, right? Oh, fangoriously, it's just a nice, simple, plain black shirt. I'm glad you like it. So yeah, we made a video that contained like this interview about the AI of Rome 2. And it ended up being the absolute source of ire because when Rome 2 launched, it was broken to fuck. And the AI was blamed for the majority of the everything. So Julian ended up being like the target of ire for the user base and for fans. And one of my regrets of working on that project was I never got to vindicate Julian. We never got to do a video where we're like, actually, Julian's a cool guy and he's one of the reasons why that game didn't suck worse. And it's something that's definitely upset Julian, and he made a statement about it like last week. It got picked up by Rock Paper Shotgun and stuff like that, and I'm glad it's being talked about, you know? So I got quoted in Rock Paper Shotgun yesterday, which is very cool. Oh yeah, no, Nick, it's super easy to break AI, and the thing that Julian finally said, that if I talked to you lot about it, no one from the Total War community counted.
It looks teamy like the t-shirt says. For tax reasons.
I don't know what you're talking about, it's just a plain black shirt. But obviously, thank you for the 200. One of the examples that, if I've talked to you lot about, then brilliant, but there's basically this thing called Baggage Train, where the command team, the designers, had decided that every single battle in Rome 2 was going to have a mandatory capture point. Regardless of where it was, whoever captures the baggage train wins. And everybody went, well, that's fucking dumb and we hate it, like, internally. But ultimately, because the senior design team wanted to push it through, Julian basically staged a coup with the other AI programmers, saying, like, we're just not going to do it. Thankfully, it didn't get implemented, but that and a bunch of other, like, features that design pushed for that nobody fucking wanted were a big proponent as to why everything was pretty fucked at launch. And again, I was in the dark about all of this because I was doing my day job as a community manager, well, technically community coordinator, because Craig was the manager because he managed our team. And I was also doing Rally Point, and like, we were staying up until like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning to get those videos edited and ready. Yeah. It was a really stressful time, and so we just believed when production said, don't worry about it, it'll all be sorted. We just believed them, because why wouldn't we believe our seniors? And you know, legend, Julian is legit a hero. Anyway, game comes out, and Julian's interview about the AI, which he also thought was true when he said it, got picked apart. It was literally the thing that everyone referenced about how broken the game was, and the dude became like a hate target meme, along with me and Craig getting fucking death threats and shit. And like Julian said, none of them were like credible death threats. Lots of I hope you die of ass cancer type wishes, that kind of thing. But again, we never got to vindicate Julian. But despite all that, like, Julian having to rebel against like idiot senior decisions and being hated by the community, Julian kept working on it and didn't quit until the AI was in a good, stable place. Around about, I think it's Emperor Edition. But even so, like, there was still this air, even well after Julian left, like, he was the reason it was broken. Yeah, Nick, I wish you were joking, mate. So yeah, Julian finally put out a, like, here's what happened. And there's so much more to be talking about. Like, yo, at some point, the Alien Isolation team are going to talk about the shit that they went through. And that's going to be a day. Because they put out a no-clip documentary about, like, the history of CA and, like, the making of Alien Isolation. And it's such revisionist bullshit by the very people who had to be avoided to make those games. Sadly, Julian doesn't name the people, but he does mention what we called the Four Horsemen, which were the 4 individuals at CA who you absolutely had to avoid dealing with or having a hand in anything that you were making, because they would fuck up your day and probably your work month. And most of the Four Horsemen are still there.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
My Not a Cult shirt is raising a lot of questions answered by my shirt.
Marty Kane, Watto and welcome. Oh, Velo, don't even get me started on the whole modders can fix it. Fucking Darth. Like, okay, so this is why I love our Sea of Thieves Fridays, because Nick, you and I, you can understand this, that we had this one guy who used to release, like, AI fixes to the Total War as mods. All he'd do is change some damage values. But it felt right, and because everybody hated the AI at launch, there was this whole thing of, like... Yeah, and Velo, the problem was, is like, Julian's picture was getting circulated by, you know, by press, by, you know, content creators, by things like that. Like, it wasn't just the community mad. It wasn't like with, you know, Empire and some of the previous releases. But yeah. Anyway, look, I'm just happy that's all out. If you ever want to know anything about like Total War or how it all came together, I'm an open book at this point. Like, so many of my friends at CA, people who were instrumental in making Total War a great series, got let go this year. And the whole thing with Hyenas is absolutely just due to fuckhead management. Like, I don't know, but in my heart of hearts, I can guess exactly who it was that fucked that entire thing. You know, someone who has burnt through more incredible talent just by being a dickhead than anything else. But he's not toxic enough that HR would get rid of him. And once you're in that command team, in that isolated bubble, it's basically the philosophy of fuck everybody who's not part of that little, like, council of dickheads. So yeah. Now, Modicade, from a development standpoint, you can make subtle tweaks to things that make players feel like something is right, and ultimately, all games are obfuscation. All games are smoke and mirrors. So if the user feels like something is better, it is better. Even if technically it's not. Because, like, if you get into the technicalities of it, you know, it's still just, we tricked a bunch of rocks into playing Sonic the Hedgehog. Using lightning. But what was really infuriating about the AI fix stuff was that these mods would be put out saying, hey, this is the AI fix. And the AI programmers would be livid because they'd fixed and changed nothing. That was always fun. And I'm not saying those modders were wrong, it's just CA's inability to be like, hey, actually no, this is a homebrew engine and it's complicated as fuck. And that was one of the things we wanted to do with Rally Point. But after Julian got crucified by the community and everyone else, we were not allowed to talk about the AI, except some interviews that were very heavily pre-scripted. You know? Anyway. I'm just, like I said, that was my big day yesterday of all of that stuff just kind of being out there now. So yeah. Like, if you ever want to know what's going down, I'm always happy to talk about it. And Velo, you're not wrong. It's just, again, it's not my place to name names, but there are some people that CA has let go that were absolute linchpins in the project. There's one individual who would work insane amounts of overtime, not because he was asked to, not because he had to, but because if he didn't, the game was gonna suck. And so he just made it his little mission. He didn't do front-facing interviews, he didn't want credit, he just wanted the games to not suck. And he's gone now. You know, the absolute genius level programmers that they had, some of those guys, gone. The kind of like god tier, like custom engine programmers that, you know, people move mountains to acquire. And you know, Nick, I mean, AAA is built on the bodies of those people, but as you well know, bodies don't make for a great foundation. And, you know, ultimately, studios don't make games, people make games. And when those people are gone, what is left? See Ingomar. Sorry, See Ingomar is a bug that used to happen in the Total War engine while I was there. And it was an AI programmer who had left several like cycles prior. And it was all it would just say is, see Ingomar. Ingomar's gone, alright? Ingomar is no longer there. Oh, God. Velo, the sad thing is it doesn't surprise me, and I don't hold the team to account on that one, but... Yeah, Alnus, that was something that I found, I was really happy that Julian got to say, was how AI started telling design, no, you can't do that, it's gonna break the game. So instead of being like, shit, the people that actually make the AI are saying this is a really bad idea, they just stopped inviting them to meetings. And then when Julian was like, no, I'm not doing this is fucking dumb, it was like, oh, well, you're being obstructive. Fucking course he's being obstructive. But hey, so for this next feature, what we want is the entirety of the dev team to get like a small ball peen hammer and just smash themselves in the crotchal region, like 7 or 8 times a day. We want you all to do that. Well, I'm not doing that. How dare you! You are being obstructive! So yeah. But yeah, anyway, if you haven't read Julian's statement, it is a bit of a long one. There are a bunch of YouTubers that have done some really good breakdowns, but, like... And Austin, that's a very, very good point. Austin was just saying that one of the healthiest things that they ever had to realize was their co-worker saying that the studio that made game that worked on no longer exists. Like, you gotta stop and acknowledge that the times have changed and moved on. And that's very, very true. It's just, you know, I get very, very emotionally invested in the projects that I participate in. You probably shouldn't. Like, it's probably not healthy, the level to which I get emotionally entangled in, you know, the jobs that I do, but that's a fault of mine. So, like, the reason why I still talk about these things is because, like, it took a long time for Rome 2 to get good, but the process in it was so painful. Like, I know I've told this story before, but just indulge me, alright? I'm at PAX. It's the morning of the last day of PAX. It's the Monday before we, you know, pack up in the evening and then fly home. And the reviews had just dropped. Now, I had overslept because I'd been partying high. I think I'd seen MC Frontalot for the first time the previous evening, so I'm buzzing. And I saw one of the senior designers across the hotel lobby as I'm going to get coffee, and his face was just ashen. Just crestfallen. And I was like, hey! And there was a beat where he couldn't pull it together. And then suddenly the fake came on and was like, oh, hey! They knew it was going to be bad. They didn't want to tell us because, you know, I was one of the air quotes hype men. I was sent out to flail and dance like an idiot, unknowing that I was about to be, like, you know, in the crosshairs for a very, very broken game. And yeah, that one stuck with me, you know? That one stuck with me. I didn't really get the chance to process how bad Rome 2's launch was because we switched immediately into 24-hour support shifts. So, like, I worked through the night shift, and then we had other people in the morning. And so we'd each be assigned a QA person, and we'd go through it all. Hey! J-Post, that's really fucking cool of you, thank you. So, Austin, no adverts for you. But yeah, I think while BioWare is a kind of like over-the-top example of how a studio changes due to brain drain, people leaving, people being fired, like, current BioWare is not the same people that shipped Knights of the Old Republic 1,000 years ago. And it's going to be interesting to see how Dragon Age comes through, because I still think Dragon Age is being made in spite of EA, not at EA's request. I think it's going to be one of the ones where if Dragon Age Heist Heroes, or whatever it's called, if it does well, EA will claim all of the credit and go, brilliant, great, wonderful. If it does poorly, I think they'll just axe BioWare proper and just keep the IPs. So, Nick, I do agree with you. The only problem with Bethesda is Bethesda still has the Todd Howard problem. Which is, if you're working on something that Todd loves, congratulations, you will get all the love and support for your feature. If you are working on something that Todd doesn't see or doesn't like, tough dookie. Yeah, Errorman. Yeah, the QA was actually there as like to support the CM. Well, so Austin, it can happen at studios where if there's one person who is critical to the decision-making process, they're basically guarding all of the resources. And so you've either got to be buddy-buddy or get fucked. Yeah, well, and Nick, from all I've heard, Todd's not a piece of shit. The whole Cult of Todd thing at Bethesda kind of happened by accident. It wasn't of his creation. Anyway, but thank you for letting me natter on that one, friends. Like, we can talk about more like Total War stuff if you want. Yeah, well, and Velo, that is the other thing, is like, making an RTS game is incredibly expensive, and it's really hard to break into that space. The reason why there aren't more Total War competitors is because, fuck it, Total War is a bastard of a game. It's essentially two different games smushed together. Like, the 4X campaign and the real-time battles are essentially night and fucking day in terms of development. And to even consider making something like that, you'd need to come up with a much more elegant solution, you know? And so far, no one's been able to make that make dev sense. Like, Paradox could, but then Paradox would have to take a hit on the first few games to establish a franchise, and I mean, Paradox are ruthless in business. Like, by the Life by You team getting thrown out, like, fuck? Oh, shoot. Phyllis, I absolutely agree. And then having something that marries the two, nah. Yo, Phyllis, if Paradox bought Relic and treated them good, I think that could work, especially with some codev projects. But, again, I'm not saying Paradox are good or Paradox are evil. All I can say is that they are not... They adhere to business first in a ruthless manner. I mean, they already gave away Bloodlines, which... Whew. And Alice, that's a very, very good point, because Total War uses history as a jumping off point, and if you were to make a competing product, it would also be using a time period that TW has also done, so the comparisons are inevitable. So, like, if you wanted to make a game about ancient Rome that has 4X elements and real-time battles, you're not just competing against Rome 2, you're competing against Rome 1. And not even what that product actually is, what users feel like it is. So you're competing against this impossible, beautiful unicorn. Oh no, Avilo, I love the first-person mode, especially in Warhammer when I'm shelling the shit out of some High Elves, but you saw the story Julian put up about how users didn't use it because they were playing the battles like a real-time strategy game. So they made a buff for the character you were possessing, and then had to take it out because people hated it. Like, that was the kind of nonsense that the command team was putting out. Yep, Nick, you've never worked on a game that was the conceptual idea of previous titles. Oh. Anyway, so like I said, if there's ever anything about that stuff you want to talk about or ask about, like... I mean, a lot of people have said, like, Will, it's not your fault what went down. And I understand what they're saying, but, you know, if you had a hand, even unknowingly, in putting somebody in the crosshairs of the internet, you'd feel bad about it. And to an extent, I did for a long time. And I feel like Julian's finally getting some vindication. makes me real happy. Makes me real happy. So the only reason that it comes across our feed is because it is attached to a gaming project that was originally going to be an NFT project. But very briefly, the mustachio scumbag that is Dr. Disrespect has been thrown out of his own games company, with the drama of the day being very much of that flavor, because he was sending spicy DMs to a minor, but using the Twitch Whisper feature. Now, this from the gentleman that filmed the toilets at E3 and got banned for that. I'm not shocked or surprised, but if you're wondering what the current discourse on social media is about, that's kind of the big one right now. There's not really anything more to add to it. The project that he was involved with was like a verticality extraction shooter, and it looks awkward. They eventually dropped the NFT aspect, but originally the loot was all going to be NFTs in-game that you could then sell for money. And you don't need me to tell you how fucking bad an idea that is. Oh, and to Hans Wolf, Watto, and welcome. Like I said, on the good news, yep, the Terranil update is there. Yeah, Moose. At least a lot of this is now the hearsay that people have known behind the scenes and haven't been able to talk about. And Hookshot, Watto, and welcome. Oh no, like Sagara, this is what... That concept of NFTs as loot is so much worse than the CS gambling scene. Like, I don't even know where to begin. I mean, again, and it doesn't need to get discussed because they did pull it. No, don't torture Will! And Nick, to be continued, friend. Yeah, I mean, Jamami, every video game that slaps is better for us all, right? I take no joy in a game concept failing. But, yeah. And Eagle lives, Watto, and welcome. Ah, Eagle, I've been talking about CA today, and how they can get fucked, basically. I don't know if you saw Julian put out a statement about what it's like working at CA, and oh boy, he didn't name them, but he did mention the Four Horsemen, so I can now talk about it. Because without it, it would just sound like I'm being a bitter piece of shit. One other thing. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put it into making games. There's a really, really good write-up from the team that published both Balatro and Abiotic Factor, which is really good. These little articles about how to market your indie game, most of them are absolute dog shit, and are usually an advert for a marketing agency trying to sell you stuff, but this one is actually good. So if you want to think about marketing your game moving forward, I highly recommend that as a read. And Alnus, like, jumping back, it's got to be scary for the team that has built their entire identity around an internet personality to then get rid of them. But this is also why I still have a fucking grudge against A Hat in Time, because even when, what's his name, JonTron went all racist, they still kept him in because reasons? And he wasn't explicably tied to the project. Whereas, what was it, Ukulele, they went, no, whoosh. And yeah, no, Rilu, not just caught, he was a co-founder. So whatever that looks like legally is going to be a huge mess. And yet, Eagles, most of the Four Horsemen are gone, but some of them were in the fucking documentary about the history of CA, and I'm just like, oh, so Hansel, the Creative Assembly. A few of us here served under that banner for a while. Also, Rilu, how are you doing? I have missed you all. Phyllis has been playing Fallen Aces. Yes, that looks so good. However, friends, I reserve the right to do another YouTube video because I splashed $15 American to buy Crime Boss Rocky City. Yo, Phyllis, that's really cool of you. Thank you. Helping keep friends from having to deal with adverts. That's cool. That's kind of like how House Carl work these days. It's less hunt the unsubbed, more like protect the squad. Oh, Sir Hansel, I'm sorry to hear that, friend. I'll be feeling better now. Friends don't let friends watch ads. But here's the thing. I cannot tell you that you should buy Crime Boss Rocky City. I highly doubt it is good in any way, shape, or form. But it is such a mess of licensed Hollywood individuals and music and weirdness that I don't think it's going to be available for sale for very long. And when it goes, it'll kind of be like Telltale's Starbreeze's The Walking Dead, which I didn't buy and I regret now, because even though it's terrible, it's not available anymore. And the few people that have Steam keys for it sell them for a fortune. But yeah, there. Oh, Rilu says it's 35 degrees. Oh no, Rilu! I've gotten real lucky because this place has AC, and it's not too hot in Seattle right now. Okay, yeah, so what else was going on games news-wise while I was being a sad sack? Again, the Steam Deck is currently on sale. If you've got the green, I need to be sensible, so I'm not. Oh! Here's a fun one. So the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy text adventure has been put up available on the BBC website. Now, the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy game is infamously difficult. Infamously. Ah, Hookshot, I'm sorry. Maybe Mr. the Gaben will just be like, yo, Hookshot, here's my special one. But if you're interested in games history and interested in just like the fascinating weirdness of early text adventure, getting to play it for no money is fucking great. What else has been going down? I think that's the long and short of it. Like, I'm trying to think what else I've been missing. Austin says, is that the one that used the NPC AI as a selling point? Wait, which one? Yeah, Chaunerus. But in a time before we even had the term moon logic to explain it. Like, Hitchhiker's Guide is the original, like, moon logic. Oh, the Starship Titanic! Okay, that was written by Douglas Adams, sort of, and featured a whole bunch of, like, top-tier voice talent. And it wasn't AI per se, it was just, like, it was a reactionary text adventure, so it was looking for keywords. The Starship Titanic is a weird little snapshot from history, and at some point we should stream it, but the more important thing to mention is that it had a forum, an RP forum that ran for over 20 years. Over 20 years. But yeah, really, I'm sorry you're dealing with the heat. You know, British houses are not equipped for the fire. They do not have the ability. I mean, it's kind of similar to Seattle that, like, the old build houses out here are designed to keep heat in, not expel it. I'll tell you though, the tinfoil trick, as much as it makes your house look like a crack den, really does work. Well, basically, you put tinfoil shiny side out, flush against the window, so it reflects the majority of the heat and slows down the heating up of the house. Jam says, "Don't be silly. I love my little pizza oven." That's I like that. That is a cute way of referring to your heat wave. Am I familiar with the IL2 series of flight sims? Acronyms are kind of the bane of my life. Maybe? IL2. Doesn't ring a bell? Hookshot says, "Come to Australia. Summers are great for heat. How about no? Whoa! I am very grateful that PAX Oz is not during the fucking heat." But yeah, I think... Oh, and Cold Ankles, Watto and welcome. No, I think we've covered all of the game news to be nattering on at the moment. Like, I don't think there's anything else we've really missed. Hookshot, we find somebody that can afford to send me to PAX Oz. That's the only reason I got to do it in the past. Well, and I was based out of New Zealand, so it was much cheaper. Yeah, no, friends, I think that's the long and short of game news stuff at the moment. Unless there's anything I've missed you'll want to talk about. I'm sure there is. I mean, I guess most of you are preparing for the coming of Dawnguard or what have you. So I expect to lose most of you into a Final Fantasy XIV adventure. Dawn Trail, Dawn Pool, Pool Dawn, Dawn Times. Also, I know it got posted in Videodrome and most of you have the same taste as myself, but if you didn't see it, Dan Olsen of Folding Ideas put out a video about the angry video game nerd called I Don't Know James Rolfe, and it might be cinematic genius? It's got me thinking a lot about my craft and how I stream for all of you lot, and how there's a lot of shit logistically that I really need to improve. But I just started doing it like that, and now it's been 6 years. I'm not as bad, but, you know, you all seen my my VO booth, which is a cardboard foam booth that I kind of unfurl. Which does remind me, Hookshot, I've still got that one character to get to you, which I will try and get to you this week. Again, Hookshot, if I'm ever lagging behind, you can yell at me. I just, real life's been kicking my ass quite a lot. And Kaolu, I'm still trying to understand the message as well, but I don't know. The thing that I keep thinking about is how, with Angry Video Game Nerd, it really seems like the guy making it hates making it. Like, he's annoyed he's still doing it, right? Like he feels this curse, but because it's the thing that makes money, he can't stop. And okay, I have to stream because you lot keep me alive, right? But I also fucking love streaming. So there's this massive juxtaposition in my life where like everything else can be going absolutely tits up bananas, shitey bad words. But once I'm here, once I'm hanging out with you lot and talking, I fucking love this. This is the best. You know? If I ever get overly feelsy when I'm saying thank you or apologizing for shit, it's because I fucking love doing this. Alright? So that's the weird juxtaposition for myself, but because outside of streams everything has been very chaotic for years, there's a lot of weird load-bearing pillars when it comes to this stream, and I should really kind of go back to my roots and be like, hey Will, this sure is a really dumb lighting setup you have. I got one key light up there, and a bulb against the wall over there. That is it. You know? And you know, feelers, I think that's the main reason, is that they both make videos for YouTube, they're both about the same age, and Kaolu, like, the quick TLDR is that the Angry Video Game Nerd was a phenomenon. The first of the angry reviewers, you know, in counter to the very, very heavily sanitized dev diaries and the very, very carefully curated marketing assets. This was a guy getting unreasonably angry about shitey old games. And it inspired a lot of individuals, for good or ill. But it definitely led to the authenticity first philosophy around YouTubian content. Hello, Austin, it's entirely fine. The Starship Titanic is an incredible piece of art with an incredible history. It's the best disaster, well, one of the best disasters in video games, and paints this incredible picture of what Douglas Adams was like as a person. Okay, Hookshot, you school those kids. Let them know. Also, Kaolu, there was a similar kind of movement on Newgrounds, but that had more of like an edgelord counterculture funniness to it, back when that was a thing you could do. You know, people didn't make dick jokes about video games. Newgrounds did. And it would take a while for like the level out to happen. And so yeah, Angry Video Game Nerd is a part of games media history. Like, love it or loathe it. Personally, you know, I watched it back in the day, and I am glad that as a group, for us, it's about the love, not the hate. And I understand, hating on things is way easier to rally people behind. But also, like, that takes a toll. Like, when you have to go out of your way to find things to hate, nah. Like, I'd rather hang out with 50 of you lot and love video games than hang out with 1,000 people and have to hate them, you know? And Velo, I actually haven't asked if Julian has told me whether or not he was a Total War fan beforehand. Like, I wasn't a fan before I worked at CA. I played them, but I wouldn't call myself a fan like I would have, say, like, you know, Heavy Gear or things like that. And yeah, Fearless, it is weird that, like, looping back around again, you get marketing assets in video games now where they try and fake authenticity, which comes across as twice as uncomfortable. We saw a lot of that during Summer Games Fest, especially with it was like air mech with orbs. I know, baby boy. Mr. Pooped in the house today. I had the audacity to go and get some groceries. Baby boy was not happy about that. And Alice, I can see what you're saying, right? Alice was saying that it reminds them of, like, encountering people in their past who are still stuck in their old ways. And, like, with the AVGN, he's still doing the same thing. And it does feel like the other stuff that he's involved with is just kind of padding around the sides. And, like, I can absolutely relate to that, you know. I love doing this, but I also like making videos, and I haven't made a video in a long-ass time. I've been lucky enough to be involved with some of McElroy's projects and Deus's projects and things like that, and I'm hoping I'm going to be able to do more of that in the new year, you know? Because I love video games, and there's a few that I want to share my feelings as to why I love certain stuff, but outside of the... I'm going to go with that again, because we'll be getting into games soon. But I want to do stuff outside of this format. Predominantly, like, you know, I want to make a video about the Hotel Scipio. As much as we make jokes about it serving poop on tap, I still legitimately think it's one of the best levels in multiplayer. And I want to talk about that. But that's a lot of work. You know what I mean? And yeah, Velo, absolutely. Absolutely. Sorry, I missed your original point, but no, I hear you. And what I did do is after Julian put out the statement, I did go back and watch some of the Rally Point episodes, and not to toot my own horn, I'm still proud of those, because you can say a lot of things about, you know, CA's marketing stuff at the time, but you cannot say that me and Craig weren't genuine. There's one particular episode, I think it's like 16, where I'm hosting with Joey, and Joey nearly punches me in the face because I'm just flapping about. And it's so legit. You can watch it and see Joey's combination of, like, bemusement at my tomfoolery and being like, fucking dickhead. And I'm really proud of that. And, you know, we were part of that YouTubian movement to make stuff about video games from people that loved games and weren't just banging out a soulless interview about, I don't know, fucking family trees or some shit. God, we had a lot of fun making Rally Point. The funniest one, though, was when we did the Blood Pack episode. And basically, the pitch was, and then Craig fucking murders me with a sea axe and drags my corpse through the fucking studio. I was covered in fake blood and ketchup. And it was so funny because we should have warned everybody what we were doing. But no one stopped Craig as he, like, we put me in a tarp where it was like a rain sheet. We put me in a tarp and had like an arm dragging out. And as Craig is being filmed, like pulling me past all the programmers and shit, I can only imagine they went, Craig finally snapped, huh? Makes sense. Yeah, legend. People's reactions were genuine. And again, I don't know if it went out, but the Game of Thrones parody we did, where Craig crushes my head like the mountain, and it was so cheap, but what we did is we got a cutout of my face, a printout of my face, and we we got him a watermelon and put my face over it, plus a t-shirt down. And we asked the cleaners, they gave us a bunch of stuff to put down, and we did clean up afterwards. Like, we didn't leave that mess for anybody. But it was meant to be a bit about Total War battles, where, like, I was playing on the pad and Craig was playing on the PC, because that was one of the pitches. And Craig just kicks the shit out of me and then crushes my face. But I don't know what was going on with Craig, but something broke in him that day, and he just starts fucking wailing on this watermelon. There's chunks going everywhere. It's not even, like, the cutout of my face is obliterated. And I don't know, like, whether it was at me or whether just at the world. Again, still one of the... Hang on. I can just fucking show you. Who's gonna complain? Rob? Who's gonna get mad at me? Robothy? Robadallion? He's not even at CA anymore. Come at me. Let me see if I can just grab it real quick. One of the smart things I did, and I do advise any of you do this, if you're involved in any cool shit in your jobs in video games, absolutely positively, like, either record it by video or keep a copy. Like, you can never use it, but it will make you feel better in those dark evenings. Like, when the brain spiders really get to you, and you start feeling like, maybe I'm shit at my job, maybe I'm not good at this. Like, you can go back and watch those and be like, no, wait a fucking second. We're awesome. Okay, yeah, here we go. Game of Thrones early cut plus VFX. Amos, you're fine, buddy. Shoosh. Grumbly boy. You already shit in the house. Alright. Will Oberengard versus Craig the Mountain Laycock. Standalone cut plus VFX. 2013. This was the shit that we were putting out. And we were advertising a fucking mobile game. This will get muted on the fucking... This will get muted on the VOD Summit Fears. And just Craig covered in fucking fake viscera. Oh yeah, no, that was clearly some pent-up aggression. But, like, that's what I mean when I say, like, we were doing authentic stuff, right? Because you can't fake that. You can't fake that. And I think that ended up being, like, a video for, like, BAFTA or something. I forget. You know, we had loads of little ones like that that never made it to the world. And, again, like, keeping that shit is something I'm very, very proud of. Amos, lie down. Nah, dude. Lie down. You already pooped in the house. We have already been out. You little pooper. You little pooper left me a bunch of shit to clean up. Like I said, friends, at the moment I'm basically working 3 jobs. Now, Faris, the unboxing was a brilliant one. And that was actually... Henry, like, actually did a storyboard and everything for that. So, like, we actually had, like, proper stunt performers. Well, actually, the reason that came out so good is that the local group that actually did Hunnish-style archery, or I should say, like, Steppe Tribe-style, like, bow archery tricks and stuff like that, were really, like... They were really good. And they were super up for doing some, like, crazy, fun, good stuff. And it still cracks me up, for legal reasons, I have taken an arrow just above the shin, because we couldn't say arrow to the knee. The thing I didn't think to do, though, was bring some fucking change of jeans, so I was in the car on the way back, covered in mud, stinking of ketchup, and just being like, well, this is weird. Fearless, that is deliciously evil. Whereas all we had was a fucking designer who spoiled Game of Thrones Season 1 for us, like, 4 episodes in. Still mad about that. Eagle lives more often than not, especially when doing Rally Point. And Ferris, I mean, it was fun, but it's also a lot of work, and I think that sums up all aspects of game development. Like, it's closer to theatre production than really anything else. In fact, it's why I'm in love with Dr. Landskov. Was it Dr. Landskov, the Tiger and the Terribly Cursed Emerald? Because that analogy of game development as theatre is carried wonderfully through. And the thing is, you don't put in those hours if you don't care. I don't know. Ultimately, you've probably all realized by now that I'm a big proponent in authenticity over everything. Like, I love a good thematic trailer, but that can be completely undercut by a soulless dev diary video being like, we are super excited to announce the skins that are purple sometimes. It's cool. This has been our dream for 1,000 years. Are you excited to announce, Derek? Or are you just tired and were you forced to do this? And then you got to deal with ego. Because, unfortunately, this may shock you. There are a large number of white men with inflated egos, especially when it comes to creative endeavors. And let me tell you, the amount of people that wish to be the face of a product that are not is very high. But that's another story. Anyway, so friends, let's get started with the game, because I wanna switch gears. Sonar shock. Here we go. Because when talking about authenticity, I think today's game is going to be kind of perfect. We're going to be playing a game called Sonar Shock. This is a spiritual successor to the original System Shock. Not System Shock 2, not the remake, but the original. Tank controls, point-and-click philosophies. Like, I don't remember if we came up with a good term for UI that requires a level of physicality but isn't diegetic. So, like, reloading in endoparasitic or, I don't know. I think that's the best example I can think of. See, Kalu, it's not like receiver, because receiver you could say is more like a diegetic system. You know, receiver is like every aspect of the gun has a corresponding thing. So it's function. It's almost more like simulation. And then diegetic UI is closer to your dead spaces, hell, things like Stalker on, Metro on like Stalker mode and things like that. You know, where you have to physically check a magazine to see how many bullets you have, that kind of thing. Yeah, Austin, mechanical comedy. The amount of times I shot my own nipple off from my little chest holster. More times than I care to count. And Alnus, you know what? The Hades dev notes is a really good example of that. Because sometimes it can be incredibly hard to give a dev team time to be in the moment. See, you know this as well as I do. Sorry, let's get this title started. You know this as well as I do, that the only really expensive thing in making video games is people, right? People make games. And when you're developing games at a high level, you have to allocate all these dev hours and make sure that everything is being useful, everything is accounted for, so on and so forth. And it can be exhausting. But it doesn't leave time for whimsy, for, I don't want to say play, but it doesn't leave time for people to... Okay. Yeah. There we go. Hold that thought. I know it's a little loud right now.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Proper sandwich. That's horrifying. Okay. The patch notes for Hades to any other team would be like a ridiculous expense. Like, fully voicing the patch notes every time, like, that's a lot of dev time for what? And yet, it ends up being one of the wonderful guiding principles of it all. Oh yeah, no, Kaolu. Although I find Receiver's final chapter, story-wise, gets fucking unsettling. But you have to actually finish Receiver 2 properly to get it. But that's another story.
Stop that incessant clicking.
What the fuck is Magnesium Jello? Other than a short stop and a bad booty time. Okay, so stat 1, redacted.
Reactor online. Sensors online.
Yay!
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
And Unitax, thank you for the full 68 months. I don't know who's going to be the first person to hit 69. Nice. But it should be interesting. No, sorry, Unitax, that was very robotic of me. I really mean it. Thank you.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Jackie, I sincerely appreciate the gifted subs. You know what? You have described yourself as chaotic, and this is chaotic. Hand cream too, son of hand cream. So we're picking our character class at the moment. So we have free stuff. A harsh upbringing in the Kazakh SSR has taught you to be thorough while looting. Scavenge more bullets. Always ready. Youth in the Moscow Cosmol has sharpened your body and your strength. You get +1 agility and +1 faith. Punching with your fist has a chance to stun enemies. Lamentative Poet. Get extra XP from reading books. Athlete, you run! Then... Red Fleet. Ever since your days as a cadet, you have secured submarines for traitors. Start the game with a light weapon and light arms. War never changes. You served Kabul as helicopter pilot. Small arms, hacking, small arms, and no faith. See your exact HP. Strength +1. Checkmate capitalist. Your muscular brain has enabled you to compete in chess tournaments. Hacking, you can see your HP and the enemies of your HUD. People's opium, Jesus. Redacted. Do some cannibalism to regain some health. Luck. It does seem that way. I think we like free stuff. I either want to be a helicopter pilot or a big brain checkmate capitalist. Or we could be the Red Fleet because we do start with a gun. And I think we'll need that. But no, I think we get to pick one from each block. And that seems fun. So like if we tried to pick this one, yeah, that would change our first. You know what, fuck it, let's be a pilot. That sounds kind of cool. And we're currently... Are we a cannibal? Ooh, a criminal past. Gain extra XP from eating food. Man, I fucking love food. Let's do it. Okay. Okay. Being poor... Time for law for loitering and street fights. Deck officer, recommend for experienced players. Cadets for novel. Are you new to shooters? I'm going to go cadet just so I can talk to you all and play. But... Oh shit! This has been sanctioned for us.
Сегодня наступает день, когда Союз меняется. Это первый рейс корабля С-1 «Утопия». Крупнейшая подводная зона в Мировом океане. Намного предупреждая проект 941 огонь. 100 тысяч тонн стали защищают вас от холодного морских воды. Внутри этого удовища плотнее 205 тысяч душ. Вы назначены одной из них. Вашим капитаном будет Admiral Golosov.
I tell you, when I first saw this, I really did think it was going to be like Space Station 13.
Позволяет Утопии развивать скорость 250 км в час. На уровне 2 находятся каюты экипажа, а также 8 термоядных ракет. На уровне 3 расположены медицинские и рекреационные помещения, а на уровне 4 центральный командный пункт. Помните, Карибы следится безунос. Союз считает это секретным испытательным путешествием. Приказ о информационном молчании. И путите путь от Мурманска до океанской Африки и обратно через Арк. Сегодня великую историю СССР будет пробраться новая глава.
Yeah, so the pitch for this Chorus is that it's a submarine the size of a city.
Мы знаем только, что
Well,
это
okay, 250 people.
для человечества.
And I believe we're kicking in well after it's all gone to shite. Now, alongside the fact that this is an unofficial sequel to First System Shock, the other reason I wanted to show you this is because this is a very one-person production, right? Like, when we're talking about... There we go. I thought it'd broken there. When we're talking about, like, making games solo, sensible art styles, like, building within the constraints you have, like, this is made in Godot. Also, let me know if it's how the sound levels are. This is made in Godot. You know, if we look at this art style, simple kind of billboarded pixel art characters combined with a tank control system, right? Like, there's no look up, there's no look down. This is it. So right click to zoom in. Press the W, physical, S, physical keys to move. Ooh. On this one. You bumped your head again and forgot everything, huh? Where is the kitty? Where's the kitty? Okay. Right mouse button to interact. Right click to eat a burger. Nim 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 nim. 4 health by eating burger. Empty clip. Press V physically to punch. Or to pick up a crate. And we got 12 fuel cells. Okay. Yeah, we will find a Soviet cat. For some reason, I love that it says physically. I don't know why. Oh, right click to swap to the wrench. So now we've got a little way to defend ourselves. Left mouse button to attack, hold for heavy attack. Ooh. Mouse wheel up and down to switch weapons. Okay. Access your inventory with the third... Wait, hang on. Access your inventory with the third button on the left. Oh, shit. Okay, yeah, so... Quests, weapon, health, inventory. Alright. Pick up a medkit, flare, and a flare. Okay. Still have not found the kitty. Yeah, so Choners, this is what I mean, is this is old System Shock. And like, the thing is that System Shock was trying to do something that nobody else had done. There wasn't a command set. There wasn't the standard Wasard style gameplay. And God, it was super weird. It was super weird by today's standards, but really interesting. Alright, XP by reading, XP by reading. Ooh, right click to manipulate PC. Level up by pressing the second button to the left. Okay. Strength, face, agility, hacking. Okay, so I just biffed our one cool thing. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Okay, so I guess there's nothing to be hacking in that yet. Okay. So yeah, so Velo, original System Shock was an evolution of like the point and click systems. It was very chunky, it was very old, but it was kind of fascinating. And when we look back on System Shock 1 now, you can see its DNA across a bunch of different systems. It really was trying to be an RPG. You know, it was a sci-fi variation on Ultima Underworld, which doesn't get discussed a lot these days, but it is nigh on unplayable. And honestly, System Shock wasn't too far off. Oh, there we go. Oh, we don't have a jump. Alright. Why has there been no change of shift? I've been here for hours. Where am I? Oh, the head injury must have hurt more than I thought. Well, we're in the engine room. Your daily workplace. Tarvanish. Okay, but on what ship? Oh, you really hurt yourself, huh? Well, you're on board the S1 Utopia. No ordinary ship, of course, prototype deep sea submarine. Insanely big. Like, really big. You get me? We're in the engine room. An old nuclear reactor that powers this thing. Okay. Oh, did I have a stat point and a skill point? Maybe I might have just biffed it all together. I got some bullets and some flares. Reach the Atom offices and disable the safety lock is my main quest. Why would I do that? Keep track of your objectives and the quest log. Alright, we found the quest log. Fucking hell. Okay. We haven't found the kitty. We have not found the kitty. We made this big submarine. This is has nuclear warheads. So naturally, we named it Utopia. Irony is as dead as God, comrade. Okay. What have we here? Georgian egg bread. Delicious. Machines at 100% capacity, however, since something got stuck in the turbines, the power transfer has been hampered, so we're about like 80 to 95% proportion. Okay, our broke it with my hands. Don't worry about it. Okay, so if we're talking about games that attempted to do this like 3D point and click style, the big ones are obviously System Shock, Ultima Underworld, and I believe it's called Anachronox, which was the comedy game from... Whose telephone's bloody ringing? Where's the cat? And yes, I did punch a CRT monitor to death. Guess it's in there. In the words of Chicago, they had it coming. Alright, so that's locked. Whoever sees this safety lock has been activated, could not find the cause. I'm going to the Atom offices to fix that. Oh yeah, that was our objective. Whose crab is that? Oh god! I didn't mean to! I exploded the crab! Well, he's not going to be in Sonar Shock too. I didn't realise! It's that familiar Geiger sound. Okay. Oh, what's this? You left several lunch packages rotting in your locker. It's nasty. I'm sorry, Crab. I slain your brother. Please, accept my forgiveness. Got Abby. Okay. Ooh. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. So we can only hold one weapon at a time. So it's like we've got to have either... We've got to either have the wrench or the flare gun. Alright, well we know where the flare gun is, so we can always come back for the wrench if I end up having to use all of our bullets, and we can still punch. Okay. Actually, I've not tried dragging it into my inventory. I keep trying to open inventory with tab. Nah. We basically have one weapon we can hold, and that is it. So it's really forcing us to specialise. Okay. So I guess as this game is already starting to grab my interest, I do need to make myself something resembling food soon. Don't worry, I've got some like noodles I can just throw in the microwave. Like already, this is evoking all of the great like 0451 style game setup. It is not faffing around. It's content to let us play in this little paddling pool. It's definitely a lot less overwhelming than System Shock 1 was at the same time. And again, this is made in Godot. You could make this, or something similar. You know, the art styles work. I wouldn't say the art style slaps in this one, but I don't know, this feels like... I don't know, if the pitch was like Soviet Space Station 13, then here we go, you know? Oh god, that made me jump. Bzzzt. Alone. All. Just bzzzt. Disable. Bzzzt. Safety locks. Bzzzt. fuck do you think I'm doing, me? Oh, I'm not going to church, which is attached right to the... Why do the crabs explode when I step on them? Right click to eat suspicious mushroom. Nim, 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 nim. Nim, 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 nim. Oh, we gained 7 HP from that. Let's not even worry about it. Why is monitoring unmanned? That's strange. Alright, let's see what we got. Right click. I'm not entirely sure what our hacking skill gives us. Okay. I'm gonna try not to step on that crab. Poor guy. Oh, cool! Toilet vodka. Toilet bullets! My favourite! And, hey, cold ankles. It was experimentation. Sounds like he's trying to get out. Alright. Okay, I do not like that noise. So I'm gonna hide in the vents. Oh, I got a Soviet save disc. Bullets. Okay. We really are fucking locked in. I don't want to alarm you, comrades, but I think we might be in trouble. Okay. Sorry, here I am trying to deconstruct this while we're actively playing it, which might be a little bit arrogant on my part. Let's try the flashing door. You know, follow the light and all that. Figures. And also, because we don't have the training, we don't know how irradiated we are. Electricity generation. By collecting the GLONASS receivers, you unlock your smart map, accessible by the quests menu. Oh! You are looking at atom control. Okay, hold on. Oh, excuse me. What do you mean, noises of creepy children? No, that doesn't sound right. We all have an uneasy feeling. You're bloody right we do. Oh! Fuck you. Alright, this is atom control. This does not seem fine. Where is everybody? Reception deserted, security controls left a ways back. Alright. Doesn't seem to be anyone around. Some fucking bloodstains and shit, but that's about it. People ever ask me why I don't want kids? Because I've lived a lifetime of creepy children in horror games. I don't want that shit at home. Gasp. There we go. There's a lot of dead people in here. Are we in trouble? Okay, it's connected. Map for level 1 downloaded. Not dead. Soviet mandated nap break. Sorry, my apologies, comrade. I should have known. Now all we need to do is find the spooky phone and we'll be A-okay. Indeed. After thrilling Soviet nap, it came out from anywhere. So many mores. Wait. Maybe the cats are what came after everybody. This seems fine. Yeah, okay, Jamami. So far, the mood is on point. Like, the children being creepy and stuff is fine, but the ambient sound of the submarine is fucking perfect. Now, I don't know... Okay. Oh, that's what I meant. We actually have to physically load the gun. Oh, fuck you, mate. The corpses consist mostly of blubber. This is a new type of animal. Thanks, I hate it. Asimov, the corpse was washed up in one of our torpedo shafts. What the hell is this? I suppose one of our beloved comrades could have left us, you know, fucking super gun or something. That would have been great. Oh, cool. Look at that guy having a little dangle party. I thought the dangle party wasn't until Saturday, but there we go. Oh, here we go. Shoot the weapon by left clicking. Need to be rechambered after empty or even sometimes after every shot. Okay. So yeah, you saw what I did there. Like literally pulling the slide back. But I have to do it within the confines of the UI. So, sorry, flare gun. I will remember you. That's fine. Jamami would like to, we would like to find a crew. The dangle parties are not suitable for taking on shift. Okay, so we disabled the safety lock. Did we just make it worse? I'm sure it's fine. What the fuck was that? Oh! Do you hear the noise behind us? Now, another one of the reasons why I wanted to show this to you, talk about this, is how this is doing so much with so... Ah! Fucking hell! Little. Oh, cool! The Bloblian monsters. Love that for us. Hang on. I think I saw this in there. Oh, fuck me! For emergency purposes. I think our character is predominantly trained in using... So we get a small arm and a large arm, so we could swap this out. Light arms 3 needed for the shoddy. Okay. Oh, hookshot. I'm sorry, homie. It sometimes is needed for work stuff. Vio says, the game's art is so cool. There's a few things you have to create. Yeah, no, absolutely. And it feels... Ah, beans. Oh, that's heckin' cool. That when you fire the lever action rifle, you do have to... You did it for the studio account. I'm gonna give the man-child money. I understand, I understand. Like... I ain't gonna judge you for it, friend. Okay. But yeah, already this game is building such great tension with very, very simple techniques. Like good ambient sound, and the fact that you can't immediately spin around, right? That it gives you, the tank controls give you this lumbering situation where, as long as you're going like head on, you've got this situation like in the bag, like this guy. Let's try out our big gun. Oh, love it. But it also allows for the game to kind of throw shit at us when we're not looking. You know what I mean? Like, it would be very easy for this game to mess with us. No sidestep, no quick spin. And, like, utilizing the styles that... No. Oh! He's not going to be in Sonar Shock 3. Oh, this Ray needed a wee. Okay, so what have we got? Let's check our inventory. So we've got some shotgun rounds, we've got a few... 32 bullets sounds real good. 2 save discs. Diagnosis kit heals HP and shows your current health. Yeah, interesting. So we can heal ourselves by like eating and drinking. Just a hack pad instantly. Cool. But we have to guess our health unless we have medical training. Kind of think that's rad. So Jamami says, how do you feel a 360 button like Still Wakes the Deep would change that feeling? For this, I don't think... I personally don't think it would work. Predominantly because the slow, laborious nonsense really does make this. Like, with Still Wakes the Deep, the look behind you button isn't actually your friend, right? Fuck up! Ooh. You know what I mean? Like, it's only really utilized to see if you're being chased or not. Here we go. It's worth a shot. However, if we use the spike, use it to hack a pad instantly. Interesting. I guess we just don't know enough about it to even attempt to hack it. Boy, does this feel like there is a way to get behind this. So like in this, the methodical pixel hunting that we're doing to try and find our way through stuff. Oh, from downtown. Oh, probably shouldn't have used the big gun. But no, the way in which it has us pixel hunt to find like doors and secret entrances and stuff like that works really well because it puts us in a situation where we're laboriously looking through things even when we kind of don't want to be. Oh! Fucking sneeze monster! Radioactive sneeze monster. Thanks, I hate it. Okay, but we did level up. So let's have a look. We've got 1 point to spend. Small arms, luck, heavy weapons, light weapons. I'm gonna go small arms again, because that's keeping us alive right now. Oh yeah, we get 1 point per level, so... Whew. Well, and so Jamami, if I had to guess, I'd say that those were plasticine models, and they were rotoscoped in. A second. That's fucking 05. That's 451 this. Hadouken! I may be in severe pain. Okay, let's check our objectives now. Damn it. Alright, escape the Atom offices. Alright. Hang on a sec, friends. You know what? I'm going to use one of our save discs. Because we've got one. Okay. Hang on, how come I can't? I need to pause! Oh, there we go. Joel just wants some spooky noises, because I absolutely have to nip to the loo, because I am busting for a piss. You know what, I'll bring it back to the menu, because we did just save. But we will be continuing. But no, so friends, jumping back to what Jamami was saying about the 360 button. See, with Still Wakes the Deep, the look back button didn't alleviate tension but built it. In this, what we can't see is a huge part of the fear of exploring, and I think it's going to make for a really interesting challenge as we move forward. Again, this is one person. You could make this. Like, not literally this, but like... So, the characters are pixel art billboarded. The monsters seem to be rotoscoped plasticine models. Like... All in all, the janky tank controls mean that, you know, exploration is always in a simple plane. Like, you can make this. I'm sorry I quaffed so much coffee before we got started, and now I'm going to go take a piss. But I'll be back with you all in just a second, okay? Hello there. I got the remnants of some snacks, so please forgive me while I have a little bit of snackage. And once Fiona gets back, then I can throw some noodles in the microwave or something like that. Okay, let's get back to it. I don't know why I said it like a news reporter from the UK. There we go. Okay. So I guess let's get back to the engine room. And Velo, I do agree. There's also a lot of shaders doing a lot of heavy lifting. Bastards. Oh. Ah! I've got a clear connection, says someone. So here's a quartermaster who seems to have lifted the safety lock. Alright, don't have too much time to explain before the connection breaks. Alright, what's going on? Need your help. Admiral Gustav's gone completely insane and he wants to sink the sub. That old dog calls us mutineers. Just for some little mutineering?
You know, once I was exploring for a snack and I saw a tree wrapped in bacon. As I approached, I was shot at. It wasn't a bacon tree, it was a hambush.
Alright, that was good. I can't hate it. Can't hate it. Hey, Merriman, thank you for the bits, friend. I said this earlier, and I'll say it one more time. That was the thing that really got me from watching Dan's video. Is just this idea of like making videos all day and hating the process. And I'm over here being like, I cannot believe that 50 of you want to hang out and play a spiritual successor to a nigh-on unplayable game from the 90s. Yet here the fuck we are. Like, I am so lucky. Thank you. Anyway, so it's up ahead, turn right the reactor room and continue leftwards. Several survivors should be holed up there. So far, all raid parties have been brutally killed. Good luck. Microchips earned. 4. Fucking maybe it doesn't get stressful. Got 16 rounds left. Oh, fuck! You've blubbed your last breath. Kill 10 blubber creatures. Alright. I wish you would have called the achievement Blubber Hotep, but that's just me. Ow! And I do like how it does the upgrades. Alright, so what's our hacking at? Hacking's at 2. Small arms. Luck is at nothing. I guess hacking and small arms is our deal for right now. Ehrman says, I think it's the factor of pursuing something you like versus dealing with something you hate. I mean, possibly. I mean, also, I can't talk because it's not like I fell onto having to do a character that I'm then cursed forever to be. You know, Megaran said something in a tune that stuck with me, which is it's better to be hated for what you are than loved for what you're not. And I imagine a lot of those people that play characters when they're doing stuff like this, it must be so exhausting. Angelos, you fucking know it. In fact, I'm calmer now than I used to be. Mainly because I get to spend my days talking about games.
Reactor online. Sensors
Hey!
online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Days since last accident. 3. But no, seriously, to the Dice Goddess, thank you kindly. This game. Yo! Fearless, that's really fucking kind of you, thank you. So, Angelos, we did speak a whole bunch about, like, the Jillian situation and all of that good stuff. And it's been a really cathartic morning. And we started playing this, which is Sonar Shock. A spiritual successor to the very first System Shock, but set on a gigantic, almost city-sized nuclear submarine. And it's fascinating. It's very much a one-person project with this combination of really chunky pixel art assets and these blocky corridors, but also, like, the enemies we've encountered have this, like, rotoscoped plasticine model effect. It's great. Hey, no, Angelos, it's no worry. And Errolman, you know what? I do think of that a lot. Okay, so as you know, I am a TikTok user. I know, don't judge me. And over the weekend, well, actually kind of started around, like, Thursday, Friday, something has broken on TikTok's end. And so it is showing me so much garbage. Like, I don't know how much longer I'm going to keep using TikTok because I don't want to go into it. But one thing it keeps showing me is this whole industry around not even critique, but just like reaction, predominantly anger, predominantly like, you know, these people that have, you know, 300 to 1 million followers by just getting angry about predominantly pop culture with no interest to engage, with no intent to understand, right? It's just they have to be constantly angry all the time. And it kind of goes back to the thing that Dan Olson's video talks about, which is like what you bring into a piece of art when you're looking to view it, right? Now, I've not had the chance to watch it. Apparently, this movie, Wavelength, is an art house film produced back in the 80s, and it is apparently like fodder for art students because it... Oh. We should get through here before I... We homies? Not homies. We're in critical states. Let's get through this. Shit. Okay. We're in the bad place right now. Day 2, we're all showing signs of radiation sickness. Ain't that the fucking truth? Whew. Let's go, magical bullets. That's the furnace. That's dark. Okay, so we kind of... did get a save disc. Alright, let's use one of our little health packs. Diagnosis kit. Heals HP, shows your current health. So we're currently at 17 with a maximum health of 100. Oh, we are doing badly. Alright, so we're not critical anymore. Okay, sorry. So jumping back. Yeah, Dice. Again, something's broken on TikTok side. But anyway, the reason I bring this up is just that I feel like, you know, with discussions like the Angry Video Game Nerd, that, you know, they're making a product, and that product is reliant on a person being angry as a character. And I can't imagine how terrible that must be. Oh, I was talking about Wavelength. Yeah. So Wavelength apparently is an art house film, and it's basically like a way to trip up art students because it reflects whatever you intend it to be when critiquing it, right? And I think with a lot of video games, what we as the audience bring to the table will dictate a lot of the experience we have. By which I mean, if you are hyped, if you are keen, if you are enthused by a certain series and you bring that energy in with you, you're definitely going to have a better time. Oh, she'd be bad. Mr. Krabs. Hadouken! A Viking. Ooh, love that. But with a lot of these kind of like outrage farms and generations and whatnot, like their intent is already to be angry about it. Like there isn't a willingness to engage with the art on the art's terms. And I'm not saying this to be like, oh well, we're superior to everyone else. But like the game we are playing now is doing a lot of heavy lifting with some very, very simplistic systems, and you know, I can't imagine the outrage farm spending the time to understand it. It's like there was clearly a last stand here, and the crabs are now the only thing left, kind of. Out of nowhere, we were attacked by storage. May the barricades save our lives. Spoiler, it didn't. I mean, Vern Flow, maybe they get turned into crabs. And I guess the other thing that makes me so sad for a lot of those people is that even though, in terms of number go up, they are much more successful than us. Like, they must continuously find games that are either bad or that they can be angry about. Oh, what the fuck was that? I heard you. Let's hear it for pistol skills. Whereas again, like, what are we looking for? Like, what does the Longship want from a stream? Well, we want some cool shit that we can either talk about or experience. The kind of nonsense that, because most of you have like serious full-time jobs, you can't dedicate a whole day to something like this. I don't know. The difference between celebration and, I don't know, consumption. Become as crab. And Angel Colina, I'm glad you're healing up, friend. Glad you're healing up. Indeed. And Angelos, that was definitely the line in the sand for a lot of that post-Angry Video Game Nerd. For those of you who are younger, Angry Video Game Nerd was the first of the angry reviewers that would go on to spawn, you know, Zero Punctuation, Angry Joe. I mean, take your pick. Now, not all of them. Actually, I know Joe's alright. I don't know Yahtzee personally, so I can't comment on the individual, but he has made games. But the thing that the original Gamergate movement showed was how many of those individuals just needed things to be outraged about. They just needed... Oh, you know what? Charlie Brooker was another one, but Charlie Brooker came from television, from Screen Wipe, and then when he started doing Games Wipe and things like that, it all came together. But fuck me. God. Exploring these areas when you can't quickly spin around is so fucking scary. So Cowley says, I always assume things like AVGN were tongue-in-cheek. Well, so they were initially, right? Initially it was a comedy bit, like, isn't it funny to get mad about video games? but now that's become something else entirely. You know, there are quite a few individuals that do the... I can't keep working in this tiny cubicle! Revenge! Revenge! Now, unfortunately, there are a lot of individuals now who make this kind of being angry at video games content, who are genuinely angry at video games. And we don't need to go too hard into this because, you know, those who stare into the abyss are reminded that the abyss stares into you. And beware those who hunt monsters, lest monsters you become. And yeah, no, Angelos, that's a really good point. Like, so Charlie Brooker, you've seen his work, predominantly Black Mirror, but he's done a ton of stuff. And his... Brooker's stuff does come from a place of, like, serious research. Alright. You're kidding me?! Finally made it to the fucking phone. Alright, let's see if we can find the... I hate when it does that. There's definitely a secret panel here. Which book? There we go. Yeah. But yeah, there's a ton of research that goes into Brooker's stuff, so if all you saw of his work was just the snark, you wouldn't get it. And with Angry Joe, the reason I, reference him is because he's very successful and he has Angry in the title, but what I will say is, having met him, it's not a front, it's authentic. When he loves a game, he loves it with his whole heart, and when a game isn't good, oh boy, he's going to let you know about it. But again, one of the things that's really interesting was that out of all the people that shit on Rome 2 at launch, Joe was the only one that contacted me and went, hey, look, I don't know if the release build is going to be better, but I've just got to go off the build that I've been given. Look, I'm going to be real negative about this, and I don't, and I'm sorry. More, he wasn't apologizing for his review, but more saying, like, look, I'm just going to give you a heads up because, like, I want to like this, but it's broken as shit. Yeah, I mean, in that regard, in terms of only cans, Joe's weak and his bloodline is weak. He couldn't handle the can. He couldn't handle Zalavir making sexy can noises. Everyone has their limits. I just picked that up! Fucking phone. Now, the thing with Groms, who is the worst human. I need a break. Remember Lev? No? There's also a technician who's carrying around. Bulky as hell. Went to the cooling room. Oh yeah, I think we already... That's one of the ones we already picked up. And I don't want to give that guy any additional coverage, only to say, like, make sure you've got him blocked on social media. But he is one of those individuals that, having been thrown out of the video game space, is now using the grift of being angry at games to make money. And the reason why I'm not as concerned by what people have been calling Gamergate 2 is because it's not a movement, it's a bunch of grifters. And the thing is, only one can rule. They're like sea monkeys. Now, these angry fucking degens, they have to be the angriest sea monkey, or the most toxic sea monkey. Otherwise, their audience just goes to a angrier and more toxic individual. They will cannibalize each other. And I'm fine with that. Anyway, sorry friends, I didn't mean to get onto the dark side of stuff. And again, beware the abyss. However, Clank says, why sea monkeys? Oh, if you never had sea monkeys as a kid, So you get these freeze-dried little shrimp, and you put them in this tiny tank, and the tank has a little magnifying glass inside of it. It's real cute. But at some point, you will realise that the number of sea monkeys in the tank is going down, and some of the sea monkeys are getting bigger. And 9 times out of 10, you will be left with one very big sea monkey. You know what I'm saying? Like, for the cute packaging, it's basically shrimpy survival of the fittest. Yes, sea gorilla at that point. Also, to DJ Coyle, what and welcome. Cold ankles. It's like a Highlander, there can be only one. Jumami, they're already playing it. Anyway. Go down this corridor and handle it. But anyway, jumping back. I mean, DJ Coyle, ¿por qué no los dos? But jumping back, the reason why I bring this up is that, you know, Dan's video is fascinating because it does delve somewhat into somebody who is trapped in a character whose fan base has now morphed and twisted. It's not the same people watching the Angry Video Game Nerds now that were when it first dropped on YouTube. And the process of creating seems to not fill him with enthusiasm and hope, but infuriation. Also, absolutely gonna Hadouken this guy. Hang on. Oh, fuck you, me. Hadouken! Alright, I might have hurt myself there. What? The hacking minigame is Pong? Thanks, I love it. Yeah. Yeah. How's that for some Class A hackzoring? Like, if you're gonna have a minigame involving hacking, why not have it be? God, I love this game. Also, I think that might be a bigger, better pistol. Yeah! There we go. Flashlight would be nice, though. Ah, sorry about that. Hills here. Fuck, I just bring this up. Oh, yeah! And I think it's been really interesting to see the path through how a lot of these like outrage creators have now evolved and changed. Now that the grift is very, very known in terms of find thing, make thing somebody's fault and get angry about it. Like, being in that space must be so fucking hellish. The thing I've been thinking about since I've watched Dan's video a couple times because, like, whoo! Because I think there's a lot to it to think about and to unpack, right? Oh, she wasn't there. come down here. Yeah, no, we already explored that way, alright. It's got me thinking a lot about, like, current game dev discussions. And the whole concept that, like... how success is measured in these spaces is wrong. So, like, alright, you'll know I don't make mad bank, right? Like, I'm insanely lucky I make enough I can pay the bills. Like, that is absolutely unheard of. But, you know, I'm not buying a fucking car anytime soon. Also, I like walkable cities, what can I say? However, in terms of how success is managed in these spaces, I am not successful in the slightest. Been thinking about that. And we're going to be playing Sock Pop's Hellblussers later this week, because here's the thing. No one talks about Sock Pop except for us. Like, Zalavir's been getting some coverage, but people keep talking about Zalavir as if he is a single creative that is responsible for all the success, and not somebody that came up with a sensible business model that works. We've reached such a point of, like, click economy in terms of media and business discussion that if it isn't immediately a success, yeah, let's get hacking. Yeah, Mr. I have a spare game on my hard drive, Zalavir. Yeah, like the old... nobody talks about Sock Pop. They're an indie collective that make really interesting video games. God, this is so good. Take me to church! Hey, baby boy. How did you get your cone off? Oh, my wee lad. Hang on, my wee boy. Hang on a second, friends. Somehow Amos has managed to invert his cone. No, you're okay. You're not in trouble. Not in trouble. It's okay. 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 Come lie down. Come lie down. Come lie down. Amos, please come lie down. Alright, fine. Thank you too. Yeah, he's not. His tummy's upset today. Bleed Nora. Anyway. I think that currently we are missing these huge blind spots of sustainable, repeatable success in video games and in other spaces because it's not super triple-digit expansion, you know? Amos, you're okay. Amos, come lie down, buddy. We're getting into the meat of the conversation and I'm like, do I have to take him outside? Hey, come lie down. Amos, come lie down. Good boy. He shook his cone off. I'm so sorry, friends. We're getting into the meat of the conversation and my other job calls me. Alright. So let's unpause. We're going to use a save disk. Okay, game is saved. And then just going to have to pause and I don't know. That's the. Does this override it? Amos, I know, buddy, I know. There we go. Okay, friends, I'll be back as soon as I can. I'm so sorry about this. I just don't want him shitting in the house all over again. Okay, and Ludo, DJ Quill, everybody, let's pick up this conversation in like 4 or 5 minutes, okay? Again, I'm so sorry about this. Hello, friends, hello. Thank you so much for waiting. Pause tunes. Unpause game. I love those dogs very, very dearly with my whole heart, but they are an entire job unto themselves looking after them. And I am already working 2 jobs. Now 3. So, forgive me if I look stressed. I'm just a guy. Okay. I'm just a guy. I did not go according to plan at all. Friend or foe? You good, buddy? Okay, he's good. Children of the light and dark. Children of the light in a dark place like this? Oh, but your flesh is not divine. What happened here? First there was only the wailings from the crypt. The dead did not rest. Then they started whispering, fiery tongues and calling to us. Those who were of sinful complexion entered, vanished. Till only I remained. Cool. Glad for you, buddy. Why are you still here? Oh, he wants us to go into the crypt and clean house. Alright, well we saved before there, and I kinda biffed it, so I guess let's go crypt clearing. Okay. So, before I rushed off to deal with what did actually end up being a small Pukeno, it was basically the concept of like invisible success, right? You know, Xalavir is a really good example of this because as we're seeing Strange Scaffold games doing better and better. Oh, I'll take that level up. I'm gonna put 1 into strength just so he can have some health. Okay. So one of the things that we're going to see increasingly is this idea that, like, you know, through the powers of Xalavir and Xalavir alone, Strange Scaffold became this, like, impossible breakaway success. Whereas actually, you know, it's been a smart dev process that he's discussed at length, you know. What he refers to as the pizza money theory, right? You start making small games, and, you know, once you have enough money from those small games to buy a pizza, then you got to start thinking about the future, right? When that pizza money starts turning into rather than buying yourself pizza once a month, it turns into, you know, buy yourself a pizza, you know, once a week. Then you're starting to move to the point where you have like a sustainable income, and then it's essentially increasing that. It means that especially early on in your dev cycle, you want to be making lots of small games. They don't have to be massive, they don't have to be expensive or even paid, but the goal is to create like essentially a back catalogue of titles as you expand outwards. So Garrett, I'm sure it's fine. Don't even worry about it. moment we walked in, the old priest shut the door right behind us. 50p in a bag of skips. He's done the same to us, hasn't he? Yup. Fucking locked us in here. Oh, he's gonna get it. Man, we are hot to drop with a pistol. And Angelos, I do think that's a very, very good point, that, like, utilizing a janky aesthetic that has now become more main staple is very, very good. Hookshot says the game took 5 years to make. True, but that's not the only project you've put out. Oh, see, it's areas like this where the tank controls make it so much spicier. You have to choose between looking left or right. Darkness lurks in the fucking halls. Really love the reloading system. And hey, Verdant Flow, if you ever need help, you know you've got the squad. And yeah, no, Dice Goddess, like, Zalavir working with a lot of different developers is a smart play. Like, you know, I want him to get to the point where he has the budget and the resources to work with a large group of people. Fuck are you? And to actually be able to keep them, like, full time. Priest just locked us in to die. Yeah, he fucking did a number on you kids. I want Strange Scaffold to reach the point where they can have more of a staple, but like using friendos in a contract manner in an honest and straightforward way isn't terrible. It gets bad when, you know, large companies keep promising you a full term and they have no real intention of delivering on that, right? You know, teams like Microsoft. Microsoft-owned teams predominantly using expendable contractors rather than bringing people on board. That's where I start being a grumpy crumpus. Because it's like, you're not a plucky indie squad. You've got the fucking money to do it. Book! Oh, I got caught in the fucking doorway. But again, like, contracting with friends is fine. It's when you're, like, disingenuous about it. Also, this guy's about to be fucking toast. I unlocked the door. Where's my reward? Oh, listen, old man. Why did you lock me and the others in? The snake rattles his tail. Tell me, should those who claim to follow God's path? Of course not. But a sinner like you would not understand. Now, how 451 is this? Can I... Darn it. I can't just blap him. May this crypt be your tomb. See what I did there? What's up, rat? And Dice got it. It's like, fingers crossed for you, friend. Fingers crossed for you. But anyway, sorry, I keep getting distracted by gunfire, monsters, and good video game. The reason I keep harping on about this, the reason I keep coming back to this, is because you absolutely can do, like, sustainable development in a similar method to Strange Scaffold and others, right? And if there is a methodology behind it, one that can be emulated. Because the thing is, and we're going to talk about this a lot. Ooh, oika. We're going to talk about this a lot later in the week when we start hitting upon the sock pop discussion. And Big Mac and Fries, Watto and welcome. But the thing is, Sock Pop already proved that you can do small game sustainable team, and they've been doing it for fucking donkey's years. But again, because their games don't make it massive, and when they do, most people just go, "Oh shit, Stacklands is a really cool game," which it absolutely fucking is. Like it's absolutely worth your time. But no one talks about the fact that they've just been working on this like sustainable operations for ages. Now, they initially put their team together using so Mackin, I talked a lot about it earlier, but if you want to natter some more about it, it's all I love talking about it. I mean, if you want to check the VOD, we talked a lot about like what Julian said and my involvement and stuff like that. Predominantly, I have no qualms talking about this because a lot of the very, very good friends that I've had have been let go by CA. And like, who the fuck is left to even make Total War games these days, you know what I mean? Oh no, we already spent that. I guess we should heal up. Oh, well, Mackin, that's really kind of you to say. Like, we've been talking a lot about it this week, but yeah. To summarize what happened, so Craig and I were kind of in the same position as like Julian and a lot of others, that we knew things were shaky between like management and team, but we didn't know how bad it was. Like, none of us knew how bad it was come launch. And I still felt really guilty, and not so much now that we've kind of like talked about it these last few days, but for a long time I felt really guilty about the fact that that Rally Point episode was the thing where Julian's interview went out. And that was the bit that everybody latched onto. Like, and Julian is a fucking legend. Worked his arse off even though everybody was hating on him. He worked his arse off to get Rome 2 as good as it possibly could be. And, you know, for his hard work, he was, you know, management never gave us the opportunity to vindicate him. And yeah, thank you. I mean, Mackin, I can't think of anybody who slacked on Rome 2, that's for fucking sure. Well, I can, but they're definitely command team, and I definitely don't have any nice nicknames for them. So it's not quite if you've got nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all, but it's bloody close. Well, you know, so Vila, that's the thing, is that, like, and again, if you read Julian's statement, you know, like, he worked his arse off to stop it from being worse. Hmm? 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 Oh yes, we got the German Mauser pistol. Okay, we got that one. If you have nothing nice to say, become a drama YouTuber. God. As someone who vehemently tries to avoid being a drama llama of any description, it is tough someday, let me tell you. We're currently looking for the elevator to level 2. So we're just exploring and reactor monitoring, check that. Okay. Mackin said they applied for a community role at CA. My friend who worked there said don't. What year was that? Because like I was there until 15, 16, And the thing was, like, I never really recovered from Rome 2 in the same way. Like, I worked on Attila, and Attila was a lot of fun. But, I don't know. Kind of, a little bit, it kind of broke my heart, you know?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm with Kronberg.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Running radio comms with Kronberg here on level 1. Radio's been jammed to bloody hell. Recently had 3 strike teams sent out on level 1. Small weapons, gather supplies. Heard back from no one. Suddenly no beeps, no comms. Still be looking for survivors. Okay. Okay, so he's a comms guy. About a year ago, 6 months? Okay. I mean, because the comms team changed drastically. Like, you know... beans! Because 1,000 years ago, it was just Mark O'Connell. And then Craig got brought on to replace O'Connell. And then I was the first hire that Craig brought in. And then there was Mateus, Nico, Mateus, Nico, and then Joey and Trish. Trish didn't end up sticking around, but I busted into this place earlier. Oh, Verdon, have yourself a lovely rest of your day, and cheers for hanging out and nattering. Welcome to Poorly Thought Out Ideas with me, Will, as I delve back into the reactor. What's up, Crab? So before Warhammer 2 came out. Alright, so I was gone by that point, but we knew Warhammer 2 was coming. Because that was... Ian Roxburgh was heading up that one. And I fucking loved working with Ian. He genuinely got it. And interestingly, one of the reasons to split Warhammer 1 and 2, to split the old world in chunks, was just because the level to which Ian wanted to do Total Warhammer, which I will call it Total Warhammer because Rob can't fucking touch me, was because they knew that there would be no way to do that many factions with that much diversity in terms of like animations and art styles and art assets. There's no way they could ship a game like that. It would be impossible. It's also why they dropped the matched anims for Warhammer, because every faction was a different skeleton. But they split it with the idea that once both games were out, you'd be able to bolt them together. I don't know when the idea of doing 3 and the super grand campaign came in, but... so Angela says they got a lot of time at this CA as a start studio, but glad it wasn't there long enough for the more toxic side. Yup. Like, if you think we got it bad on Total War, the console team, oh. I said this earlier, it's not my story to tell, but one of these days, someone's going to do a tell-all on Alien Isolation, and that's going to be spicy. That's going to be very spicy that day. Yeah, so console team did not survive. Because, like, again, it's not my story to tell. And there are a lot of friends who were let go recently with the Hyenas thing. So I don't want to talk about it in any way that might seem like glib or just casually glossing over stuff. But they got fucked over. They got fucked over big time. And to this day, I'm still mad about it. Oh shit, it's the survivors. Not now, I'm thinking. It was Sherlock in the cafeteria. I'm innocent. Okay, I think we've stumbled into a murder mystery. Oh, fucking crabs! Just get the fuck out of me. Alright, we need to go to the cafeteria. I guess we'll find out that there's been a murder. Oh, here's the cafeteria, alright. Ooh, shiny. Le gasp! Wrench. Okay, so this is where we're supposed to be. Okay. Okay, so jump back. Sorry about that, Big Mac, and I kind of careened off there a little bit. But yeah, I don't want to tell any stories of the console team that aren't mine to tell, but predominantly one of the things a friend said to me is that they don't want to talk about Alien Isolation's development because the game ended up coming out brilliantly. It didn't sell what Sega hoped it would, but it was critically beloved and is still considered one of the high points in video game horror. Deservedly fucking so. One thing that's fascinated me is the amount of people who, having watched the newest Aliens trailer, said, "Holy shit, this feels like Isolation." And Isolation did such a great job of emulating the original movie. Like, that's a huge compliment that Isolation is, I wouldn't say canon, but is definitely the gold standard. More so than Ridley Scott's own fucking disaster. That's another story. Oh shit, DJ Coil. I'm so sorry. There's a few friendos I know who can't talk about working on Isolation. Alright. I'm just gonna hoover up these and eat everybody's snacks.
No cheeses for us Mises.
Because I have a feeling that this is meant to be like the puzzle mystery area. So, DJ Coil says Ken Levine is on my very short never again list. Yo, well, so DJ Coil, I don't know if you've watched the newest Errant Signal, which is actually what inspired me to want to play this with all of you lot. But there's definitely something about Ken's whole aggressive defense of the status quo in his works that will stay with me for a while. But that's on the story. Big Mac says the way they edit videos now instead of working the games industry. Look, this is the thing that I try and balance out all these tales of woe with, is that, friends, for all the horror stories I tell you, and for all the bad times, the video games industry is still wonderful. You know, there's a sense of camaraderie, there's a sense of all in it together that I've not encountered in another industry. And if you have, then brilliant. I'm genuinely happy for you. But I never got lucky enough to find that in video games or the ilk. Sorry, I never got the chance to find that outside of video games. Ultimately, it. Okay, I can't get in through that way, but there is a kitty nearby, so I'm going to save the kitty. It is still a wonderful industry to work in, and as things start opening up more. What's this? It's not as good. Okay. And DJ Coil, that. Sorry. This is me trying to comprehend 18 different threads all at once. So let's bring it back. 1. The games industry is still a wonderful place to be, even if it is very tumultuous right now and very stressy. It's still one of the best creative industries I've worked in. I found film and television to be very mercenary, with very few... Oh, there's the kitty. Just trying to step on the kitty. With very few real elements of camaraderie.
Hmm? 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 Hmm?
Okay. Apparently we're going on a rat hunt. It's not actually rats! Hashtag not rats. Absolutely not rats. Hadouken! Hadouken! Oika. Alright, we got him. Sorry, let's take a little conversation break, because I keep getting sucked into this game because it's very good. The other thing, DJ Coil, is unfortunately there are a lot of people like Ken Levine who are good creatives but should not have been put in charge of studios, and especially the named characters in games. A lot of them are shit to work with. Like, personally, I don't think I'd worked with another named character again, but then again, I guess Zalavir is becoming a named character, so... A named character is anybody who would be personally named in a press release. Not the title, but the person. Yeah, Legend, ego is a menace, and without somebody to keep that ego in check, like... Bioshock Infinite definitely desperately needed somebody else with a bit more in the way of teeth to helm the creative... They desperately needed an editor, but that's another story. The other thing is that a lot of those people, when it comes to, as DJ Coyle was saying, like studio culture, come from a place that is very, very post-90s unhealthy. And, like, that shit works when you're in your 20s and there's, like, 10 of you. But when you have a team of 200 and people have lives and children, you know, where people can't be there 6 days a week until midnight, like, you can't keep doing that. And Angelos, I hope so. But either way, we'll be cheering him on. I think it comes to the fact of, like, Zalavir is very open about, like, his unhealthy work habits and how much time he spends on it, and how others really shouldn't. Shit, what was the third point? Oh, just that with these named characters, they usually become named characters from a wildly successful, predominantly AAA setup, right? Because when it's an indie game, it tends to just be the name of the game. AAA marketing loves to create characters. Like, Hideo Kojima was Konami's, like, secret weapon for marketing for a long time. And they were one of the first teams to start doing non-E3 press conferences. And because they had that Metal Gear, because they had that Alter on side, they could pull it off.
Hmm?
You know what I'm saying?
Hmm? 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 Hmm?
Okay, so small arms. And we've got those.
Hmm? Hmm?
Darn it. Well, we don't know enough yet to know what these these weapons are. Anyway. Sorry, friends. Give me a second to bring that points through. I also think it is very, very important to critique the studios as a whole, bearing in mind that... Oh! Oh, that's interesting. It's got a little machine gun. I think I'm going to keep the lever action just for spicing up our munitions, but that's very handy. God, I'm really enjoying this game, and it is making me fucking terrible as a host today. Like, maybe I should just hit cheeky save on this. So I wonder if we can get to level 2. Oh! Let's get meaty with it. Oh, it now got spun round. Yeah, no, legend. The audio in this is so good. Oh, here we go. It was this little corner here. Alright. Okay, that's cool. So we can head to level 2. Ooh. And Baron, Watto and welcome. Friend or foe? Whoa! Seems fucking horrifying. Oh, cool. They burnt them. Burn the infected corpses. Oh, good. Oh, good. Duh. Get in contact with the side of the conflict. Okay, yep. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Might head up to the to floor 1 though and solve that other little mystery before we get started. Yeah. Unholy Glee, it is. I'm not entirely sure why, but it is very satisfying. Okay, so Ludo says, someone out far outside the industry feels like a lot of projects, especially with named characters, need a stronger, more independent production manager role. Angelos is correct that, sadly, there are a lot of projects that don't have producers. I don't want to shit talk any previous companies. However, I will say that
I am not a person, I'm 3 possums in a coat.
And we like to say it's Gucci, but we got it from a goat. Say it's vintage or it's avant-garde, whatever boats you float. Because I am not a person, I'm 3 possums in a coat. But I did work at a studio that had a no producers setup because the person running it had had bad experiences with producers in the past, and it was a fucking nightmare. And the thing is, okay, somebody asked me today, because I went to get coffee and one of the local friends, sorry, my manners are everywhere today. Baron, thank you for the 500, mate. Watto and welcome proper. And I gotta say, in terms of the like new wave booze stuff, I've got a real weakness for the Topo Chico seltzer. It's like classy White Claw. It's really nice. Real good summer drink. Anyway. I understand people having bad experiences with producers. Oh yes, story time from today. Wow, my brain is jello. So I'm talking to this individual, and he was like, look, how would you stack an indie team? Like, what series of disciplines? And I was like, ideally, money no question, 5-person team. 2 coders, 1 illustrator, 1 3D artist, well, 3D artist with animation, and 1 grown-up. And I was like, because you need somebody to be the grown-up in the room, otherwise the game never gets made. Now, if one of the people in that squad is the visionary, the creative lead, it doesn't necessarily have to be art-led or programming-led, but you know what I mean. Hookshot, well, I found that is predominantly the content pipeline. That's the content bottleneck. And you're right, it does depend on the game, but that's how I'd stack it, you know what I mean? Anyway, the reason I was saying that you need that 5th person to be a grown-up is that you need a producer, you need someone to handle the bullshit that nobody else wants to, like, be it dev, be it marketing, what have you, depending on the levels. I mean, at a 5-person team, you know, marketing almost becomes like this group heavy lifting activity, but that's another story. But without a producer, nothing gets done, and it's really hard to convey that. But you need to have a producer that can get shit done, and that means they either need to be empowered by the team, or they need to have the ability to make it happen. You know, I've had great producers I've known who have been drastically undermined until they're basically ineffectual by, like, upper management. I've had producers who just do not give a fuck and do great. And then I've had, like, just actually ineffective producers, and it is very hard to deal with. Like, again, I don't want to name names, but there was a particular producer that I worked with who was just fucking useless. And because of his wishy-washy flappiness, it created more work. Like, it was on his watch that they had a tech artist try and implement a feature that used, like, was it like 90% of the resources of the engine just for, like, graphics on water, and he just didn't check, just let it happen, had to be pulled out and everything. It was a mess. And the thing is, that guy, he's over on another project. I saw him on a dev diary video, and I was like, I feel for them. But he was senior, so he, again, it wasn't his fault, it was everybody else's, you know? I also feel very, very bad because the writing in this has got some real good pith to it. And it doesn't just feel like it was, you know, someone's non-native language translated. But right now I kind of want to talk to you lot more than I want to read this, which makes me a very bad host. But again, if you want to play this, this is available on Steam. It is super independent, and I'm having a fucking blast with it. I'm inspired by the fact that they basically made System Shock 1. This person made System Shock 1 playable. Oh yeah, so DJ Coil. Oh yeah, fucking bug quotas. That has always made me laugh because you can game the system. But what happens is when you have an insulated command team, and the only person between command and production, command and people making the game is production. Production are either they either fight for the users, they fight for the creatives, or they're working for management. And when that point kicks in, they're telling management whatever management wants to hear. And when that whole communication chain breaks down, like, fuck. when I say the command team, it was literally a group of different super senior individuals who made the decisions, completely insulated. So from marketing and comms and community, there was Rob. You know, I think it was Kevin was art, and I forget who was like programming and design and things like that. But there were this little cabal, and if you weren't on the command team, you weren't shit. Like, the caste system was very true. Which is, again, why Julian had to stage a fucking coup with fucking baggage train. Like, sorry, Bugs, I don't know if I spoke about this while you were here, but... And I use this as a great hyperbole example as to why, you know, Julian really did fight for the users. That, had Julian not, staged a mini coup, all battles in Rome 2 would have had mandatory capture points. It was going to be called the baggage train. It was the idea that the base that has all your supplies in while you're traveling could just be captured by the enemy and then you lose. Now, again, if you weren't here earlier and this is the first time you're hearing this, I think you can already see how that would play out. And Julian just went, just sabotaged its implementation and stopped it. Oh yeah, no. Julian's still mad about baggage train, and rightly so. And rightly fucking so. DICE says they once worked at a game that had at 1.3 producers. That's more than the number of programmers. Oh my word. Like, thing is, I know a bunch of programmers, some of them actually do frequent, programmers, lol. I know loads of programmers. I know a bunch of producers and some of them do frequent the Longship, and a great producer is incredible. Like, a great producer will change the face of your project for the better so well. Well, so DJ Coil, I mean, I don't want to make light of real-world events that are happening, but Foxhole as a video game did actually make Supply Chain's gameplay, and it's fascinating. But that's another story. We can try and pet the cat. Just... Oh, here we go. There we go! Cat's name is Tolstoy. I used to work with somebody who had the cutest little dog called Tolstoy. Alright, 10 out of 10. Game of the year. You can pet the cat. Go punch these crates. And Square Peg, Watto and welcome. I'm sure you were aware before me, but... this is made in Godot, and it fucking slaps. Check our objectives. Okay, main quest. ... Find the code for level 3. Okay. And yes, so Square Peg, this was a solo setup. Yeah, DJ Coil, I have seen that happen in the past, where it's like a rapid implementation of crap loads of producers to desperately bring things together. But predominantly that usually comes from when management are like, nah, don't worry about it, like it'll all be fine. And then realizing that no, actually, it was not fine. It was in fact a bad. Alright, I know you're here. I see the door behind you. I see that there is a thing behind you. Where is your button? 1 button! The entire time. Maybe I'm just not close enough? Thank you, kitty. So I haven't been able to use 0451 yet, but I think that's because I unlocked the hacking for the door I would have had to. Go back in the freezer, see if we can find a way through. Nope. But yeah, so DJ Coilson, assistant producer, because we're all promoted from QA with no production experience, therefore not qualified to be associate producers. Yup. Also, Boyka. Sorry, I'm just trying to think of what to add to this conversation so we're not like just hitting the same beats again, you know. Try not to step on the crabs because they explode when I do, and it makes me feel like I have betrayed them. So DJ says after they washed out, they hired a 10-year-old experienced senior producer to cover him on the 2 teams that have been signed. Yep. Taylor's old as time. What always makes me laugh is when you're working on a project and then you burn out because you've been given too much to do. And they're like, well, you know, sorry you couldn't hack it. And then they go ahead and hire like 3 people to handle the role. I mean, that's predominantly something that happens in, you know... Oh, that might have been a crab. I'm sorry, crabs. I feel like there's a hidden thing in here. Well, let's hope it was a crab, because if it wasn't, it'd be much worse. I like how all these guys hear us go into the freezer, followed by a bunch of explosions, and no one bats an eyelid. Oh. Oh, way cool. DJ Coyle was just saying they ended up doing VO design. Fuck yeah. I guess we're just at the point of sharing dev horror stories. So fuck it. Like I said, the worst one for me was still the place that refused to have any producers, and they put all the juniors on one project, and there was supposed to be this whole thing of like knowledge sharing and, you know, everybody working together on stuff, and the fucking juniors were just left to their own devices. And then eventually a bunch of them were let go because like they weren't, air quotes, producing. And it's like, of course they weren't fucking producing. They didn't even know what to produce. They're juniors, sir. Like, and Velo, I apologise. I've been, I guess, obsessing on some like post-CA conversational topics, but I do appreciate what you're. I pick up what you're putting down, and I do appreciate it. But I think we do need to head to level 2. Clear out the lobby, and then I'll use a save disk. And the thing was, again, I understand the guy running that team had been fucked over by production in the past, or at very least had been fucked over by management, and the producers were often used as like the vehicle for management retribution, right? And I have seen it in the past where management essentially use producers as enforcers. if you can hear Amos being the saddest boy in the world in the other room. Don't thank me, thank the knife. Oh, damn it, now I've got to piss! Stupid human brains. Alright, let's get hacking! Oh yeah, this is the hacking minigame, by the way. Multi-ball! How's that for some hacks in? Sorry to those of you who work in like InfoSec and stuff like that. I know that must have been incredibly, hauntingly realistic for you. Gun! Save disk! Book! Gun! Okay. Alright, so, inventory. Where's our little save disk? There we go. Okay, game saved. So bear with me just a second, friends. I'm just gonna nip to the loo, and then let's keep having a natter about this. And DJ Coil and everybody, like, thank you for sharing your stories as well, because I'm really happy that I can talk to you all about Total War and everything that went down there. But like, it's not just about me. You know, these stories benefit everybody because the more we know and the more we can share these stories, the better it's gonna get. You know, we can't ask our industry to improve if we don't talk about it. And a lot of the time that's marred by NDAs and shit like that, but I mean, fuck it. Like, Rob can't hurt me now. Alright? Anyway, I'll be back with you all in just a second.
Train?
Okay. Baron and J-Post, thank you kindly. Whether it is a train or not, I said this earlier and I'll say it again, I fucking love this. Okay. Let's go into ill-advised tunnels. Hear him. Ow! Bastard. The lever action's pretty fun because you can get one good cheeky shot first and then just mop them up with the pistol. And if you haven't seen, because I've been playing this earlier, like, you have to physically crank the lever handle and like pull back the hammer on the Mauser, which is such a very simple thing, but it means that you're never... Oh, fuck yeah, I didn't know I could open these. Ah, but it means that the UI is never separate from what you're doing. Use the middle mast to cast psi powers. What means psi powers? Just say it like it's casually there. You know, psi powers. Like psychic powers. I guess we just have those now. Oh, oh fuck. Got that good viscera. Hey, did you notice how when I shot that thing, it was almost like the creatures cried out in agony? Am I the baddie? Okay, I've done a full little loop here. Was I supposed to have psi powers? Wait, does everyone else have psi powers except for me? It's the ghost of ping pong. Alright, chuckle fucks, let's go! Wimp Dog Quiz. These are all very good questions. How are you doing? Watto and welcome. You know what, Baron? That's probably for both our goods. Shit the bed! Okay. So before we got talking about Will's lack of psychic powers, what were we discussing? Well, I'll tell you what, let's open the pit up. If you've got any questions, like Total War, CA, Game Devery, or what have you, like, ask away, friends. I got nowhere else to be. Boyka. Second Boyka. Fuck he came from. Boyka. Alright, I hear you. But like, friends, so much of this game is so simple and is implemented so well. Like, I fucking love the reload system. It doesn't feel like Receiver in terms of like learning to play a piano concerto every time you want to fire a gun. But it's not as panic-inducing as... It's got just the right amount of things could go wrong to keep you from feeling safe all the time, right? And Fearless, welcome back. I will say, friends, if Fiona is much longer, I will have to get River out as well. Knowledge! It's delicious!
No cheeses for us Mises.
And Legend, River's doing okay. Actually, I'm gonna bolster my hacking, because that's how we get about. River's doing okay. Like, you know, she's still an old lady. Oi! The fuck was that? How's that for a slice of fried gold? But she's doing good. I just can't walk her for too long. Sorry, I was waiting to hear that. And friends, you got to agree, like, the fucking... the atmosphere of this game feels fucking spot on. And yeah, Zadvilo, I thoroughly agree with you. Like, big studio unionization is a thing that's getting discussed a lot now, and that makes me very happy. Who's this guy? And it's something that I want to support as much as I can, but with studios being international and union rights and workers' rights and things like that being different across the board, like it's complicated. I do think the guild system could work, because guilds aren't officially recognized as unions in a lot of areas, but can have the same bargaining power. Because ultimately, you know, have a group that can seize the means of productions if shit goes down. Three bullets. Man, I love war. I didn't see you there. You're just having a weird little time. First digit of the code is 2. There's a flamethrower we can get. That's the only thing I've taken from this conversation. Apparently there's a secret KGB listening post in the crew quarters. Interesting. That sounds like we might find some decent guns. Hey, monsieur. Okay, buddy. Yeah, Hookshot, that is a very, very good point, is like, working with people internationally opens up a whole bunch of stuff. So like, even though there are some teams that I'm like a part of, I'm still predominantly a contractor just because the nature of the biz. Oh, baby boy. No, leave your pawsies alone. But, no, I know exactly what you mean. Is like, as a studio lead, hiring internationally and having people with full employee status is hard. And especially if you're hiring people in the US or regions that have some really fucking weird employment laws. But that's kind of the agreement you get into when you work with people in games. You treat them good, they treat you good back. Oh, hang on a sec. Friends, I'm just going to put Amos's cone on proper. Hold that thought. Hello, hello. Sorry about that.
River, you're getting out in just a second. I know. Bestest big girl in the whole wide world. What the hell were we talking about before?
You know what? As my brain has kind of careened all over a bunch of different topics, let's do Ask a Will. Let's open this pit up. It could be about Total War. It could be about the games industry. It could be about my stupid face. Ask a Will. Also, do not worry about Amos. He's getting his feet cleaned, which is, you know, the worst thing that could happen. My favourite colour is red. And I still to this day don't know if that is because I've been told I can't wear red because I'm ginger, so I love it out of spite, or if it is my favourite colour. But both. What's with my face? You know. What's it like being canon in the Sonic universe? So no one in the Sonic world has ever found me because of that. So it's only really a fact for you lot. Favourite pasta shape? Well, tagliatelle is my favourite pasta, but it's hard to get out here. You can get kind of like linguine and other similars. But if it's favourite shape, definitely bows, because they are the superior vessel for pasta bake. What is the capital of Austria? It's the capital of Australia. Oh, this is bad. Why am I in here? I'm not going in there. You fucks want me to go in there, you can pay me. Just for the countdown. Oh god. What's with the fucking countdown? I think we're fucked. What the shit? I think we're severely fucked. Of course I would faff around in-game when things are getting bad.
What is the speed velocity of an unladen swallow, and also how do you double jump?
You get one question at a time. Now, is that an African or a European swallow? Oh, fuck. That guy just exploded. Would I like any of your garden produce? I am fine, thank you. But surely, like, it's going to be a while before you have any, right? Like, that stuff takes a while to grow. And numbers, thank you for the bits. What is my favourite song from the soundtrack Let It Die? Well, this is a point which always comes under contention in the long ship, because, you know, pretty much since we played Let It Die back in the day, I've always said Let It Die is the best song on the Let It Die soundtrack. But I know that kind of flies in the face of a lot of things, because predominantly most people would say it's Let It Die. Oh, not quite got him with the slice there. What was the first video game I picked out for myself? Ooh. Well, the boring answer is the Sega 6-in-1 pack that came with the Mega Drive. But the first one that I picked of my own volition, just to play because I didn't know anything about it prior, I wasn't told about it by family members, was Terminator Future Shock on PC. How's that for some hacking? beans. Apparently, I just learned how to do something with my brain. Ow! Fuck! Faith level 2. Oh, okay. Psychic powers use faith. Ow! Jerk! Oh, he's just getting free hits on me. There we go. Okay, so what about your good selves? Judica, my favourite Vampire the Masquerade clan. Initially, I would have said something like Gangrel, because they're fun, but if I'm being perfectly honest, it's probably still Nosferatu. Just because you have to RP. And you have to get into the whole, like, vampire. Oh, fucking what? Jesus! This fucking game, I love it. Because you have to get into the mindset of, like, being a vampire. How are you back? Eat all of our supplies. And the crates were just on our noggin. Okay. Angelo says theirs was Echo the Dolphin. Afraid that cursed him to forever be a sicko. Yo, for a game about a cute as shit dolphin, it sure did end up being nightmare and stress-inducing. Alright, if you've never played it back in the day, Echo the Dolphin's like drowning mechanics, twinned with its like progressively terrifying, I don't know if I can call it horror or just supplies, my Hubbard. So yeah, Echo the Dolphin was not a calm, relaxing experience for kids, let me tell you. Oh, yeah, it's close to sci-fi horror. You know what, Angelus? Yeah, wearing a crate as a crash helmet might actually save us a little. Not intentionally. I didn't butcher the quote intentionally. That big fucking thing just moves so fast. Tiny tank! Oh yeah, obviously this is the Snow Crash Dolphin's dream, who did feature in Umurangi Generation. And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. Like, everybody's already made a dent on Lyris, and that was not a small drop.
I bring up the stream, see a stat for sanity, and immediately think Will is doomed smile.
Well, see, Bacon, I actually can't break my sanity too hard because I'm not religious enough to be able to use my psychic powers. I have to have more faith. Oh yeah, Vilo, thank you for the reminder. Yeah, we probably need to work on our health. I do like the fact that you can only know how much HP you have if you have medical training, otherwise you're just kinda hurt. Like, it's a very simple way. There we go. It's a very simple way of creating like a useful knowledge stat. I don't like this. Good thing we're going into a place that seems to have healing kits. Discover the first clue. So I was there when they opened the Forsaken Library and pulled out the amulet. And everything went to hell. Honestly, friends, while I am sorry I'm not doing a better job of showing you all of the story beats, I think you should play this. Like, I hope some of you really get into this because, like, I'm having a good time with this. Anyway, let's heal. Oh, shit, the bed. How's that for a fucking quick draw? Alright, so hacking is at max, pistols are at max. Okay, we can do this. Alright, inventory. Alright, so we use this. So that heals us for 10. Our current health is 20, max is 150. Oh god. Alright, so that should put us to a decent level. And then, let's fucking save. No, and seriously, Bacon, like, friends, you know I'm an over-worrier when it comes to saying thank you. Shit. When it comes to saying thank you for stuff, alright? But unfortunately, for as long as you know me, you're going to have to put up with that, because, you know, jumping back to our earlier conversation, I really fucking love doing this. And every day that I get to do that makes me real happy. And, like, you know, I never want to get to the point where anyone thinks I'm ungrateful. Hey, those weren't there before, were they? Ow! Ow!
You aren't allowed to thank me for this. Yes, I'm just being a menace.
Oh shit! What do you mean I'm not allowed? I'm getting hunted by ghosts. Ow! Those fucking weeping angel buckos. No psychic powers for me. No, Legend! It's like a fucking divide by zero error, that. Here's something you're desperately going to want to say thank you for, but you're not allowed. You... I think I won't notice. I'm not close enough for the ammo. What was that? Warning, exhibition is haunted. Fuck. So, Legend, what am I supposed to do? Yeah, we'll rendezvous at level 3. Ah, hello! Could you tell your men to stop killing me? No? Well, fine. I like the idea that the presence of a cat lets us know that we're in a semi-safe area. Nope. Feels like we're getting closer. Who are you, chuckle fucks?
Hmm? Hmm? Hmm?
Then a scream.
Hmm?
But yes, Luna, I did just curse myself there.
Hmm? 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 Hmm?
Sorry, Legend. I'm actually going to go... again. Ow! Against your wishes. Thank you. Sorry, I can't not say it. So there's like crime scene mysteries to solve.
Hmm? Hmm?
I'm only a man, Legend. I'm only a man. Interesting. There's no hack pad. All right.
Hmm? 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 Hmm?
So yeah, so apparently we're in like a museum on board this ridiculously opulent super ship.
Hmm? 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 Hmm?
Okay, so we need to head back towards the showers. Lol.
Hmm? 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 Hmm?
He wants me to fire some missile stuff.
Hmm? 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 Hmm?
Okay, apparently I don't have enough. Like I've been hoarding these things. Okay, so I guess we'll head back through a different route through the museum, just in case we can stumble upon some more of these. There is something about just the idea of this like opulent super ship that in itself has an exhibition to how powerful, air quotes, the party is, right? It feels very in keeping with the... Fuck, that's a lot of them. Oh, we're burning through resources. Oh, hack pad. Okay. We're going to start using our lever action rifle because pistol's doing a damn good job, but we don't have a lot to work with. There's something about those ringing phones that makes me really uneasy. Okay. Alright, so that big bastard, we can't actually kill it right now. We can just, air quotes, banish it. We need to head back towards the showers because apparently the KGB put a listening post in there. Okay. Alright. Yeah, I am so sorry if that has caused anyone else to check their phones, because I certainly fucking have. Oh, that's the count. That's the countdown until it comes back. Okay. So there's talky guys. This is the washroom. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit the bed. Alright, nice and quiet. Nice and quiet. This is fine. This is fine. I'm not freaked out. Fuck. I'm not worried. Why would I be worried? Oh, sorry. So, Angelos, this is meant to be a gigantic submarine, almost the size of a tiny city. You know, it's meant to be like the height of, you know, super Soviet technology. Very much kind of playing into the old USSR tropes. We basically start the game by just waking up in engineering with a head wound and not any real memory as to what was going on before. Oh, God! Why? Alright, once we get to a safe spot, if you all want to ask me any questions about the game, or if you want to go back to talking about games industry stuff, I would love that. I would love that. I don't know where we are. And we can't get back. Oh, maybe. This could be hopeful. And if you are just tuning in, yes, this game is supposed to be like, what if System Shock, but sequel? Alright, well, we're back up in the crew quarters. For as much good as this will do us. Yeah, we'll fucking hack this! Instant win! Alright, so what's that? I can't use the SKS. So I haven't trained. Kitty, no! Can't use the SKS because we haven't trained how to use better weapons. It's a different Mauser. I know, Kitty, I know. Though. Huh. Somehow I thought that would do more. Alright, so what's this? This is big chess. We're looking for the showers at the moment. I take it, Nick, that's something that you can't talk about directly right now. I've been trying to have a natter on a whole bunch of different topics. Oh, that looks like a shower. Kitty, not now. But we're making progress. This game's fucking good, dude. I guess we hacked this, but forgot to get the book. Okay. Oh! Now, one thing I do want to say, if you take anything away from this conversation, from this game, from today's stuff, is like, look at this. The simplicity of it is fucking inspired. The art style, using this kind of like FPS Space Station 13. Okay, it's not the cleanest, but you know what? The user, as the user, you are never confused. Like, it is very obvious what is and isn't in this environment, and it does seem to reward, you know, exploration and chatting. Yeah, no, Phyllis, you're absolutely right. It would be an improvement, but we don't have the weapons training to use it yet. We'd need to spec into heavy weapons, apparently. Okay. So we're just trying to find our way into the KGB listening post. Hadouken! Alright, sure does feel like this big bastard is what we want to move. So Nick was saying the guy set up a last-minute consultation and spent the entire call wandering around the supermarket with his camera on while I tried to explain and solve the issues he's running into, with 99 of it floating in one ear and out the other. I'm sorry, mate. So, friends, doing consultancy work in video games can be lovely, but sometimes it's very draining because you want the person in question to succeed. You don't want anyone to fail. Alright, it's clearly behind this. Sorry. Sometimes it can be kind of cute because it's like, you tell them, you know, you tell them, no, don't do that, and then they go ahead and proceed to do it anyway, and you're like, you know what? I warned you. I told you the plate was hot. D4, D5, C4, C6. D4, D5, C4, C6, C3, F6, E3. Alright, well I can't seem to interact with chess pieces, because that seems like a chess puzzle. But yeah, no, Nick, I can completely understand, especially when you want to help them and they're not listening. Like, I know I keep talking a lot about, you know, doing the stuff with Cosmic Crowbar and things like that, but one of the things I have been appreciative is... Oh. I ate a mushroom I shouldn't have. But one of the things I've been super grateful for is... For the most part, Steve does actually listen when I'm like, hey, this is how we should probably be doing this. Boinga. And I'm super happy about that one, because, like, ultimately, when you're consulting, you get paid either way. But it doesn't mean you don't care. And look, I understand, like, especially with consultancy stuff, like, juggling work-life balance is very tricky, but it's just, you know... Oh, I remember this place. This is where I desperately had to go for a slash because of the sound effects. Okay. I know you're there. Alright, so we know the KGB listening post is there. I can hack to the bars! There we go. This is how good a hacksaw I am. Extension! KGB, foiled by one fancy Game Boy. No. Okay. Oh wow, they were just creepily watching everybody in the showers. Come on. You bastards.
Someone better pick up that phone because I fucking called it.
Oh god! I was like, why did my sanity stop? Because I popped that guy's noggin open and he went all Resident Evil 4 on us. Hate that! Would you be so kind as to fucking stay dead? Okay. We're as good a hacksaw as we can be. Oh, you can upgrade his strength! I don't know what that magical little noise is, but it's... Fuck! No! What the shit? You were dissected by a blighted KGB agent. Oh, our last save was... No! Hours ago! Fuck! Piss!
Did you neglect saving? You're a dum-dum.
Yeah, I don't know why I expected...
It's almost like you do this professionally.
I don't know why...
What a shame. I'm so sorry, everyone.
I don't know why I expected, like, words of, like, affirmation or comfort in my moment.
You should know better.
Fuck!
Damn. Wow. Act like you've been somewhere before. Shit.
Oh. Brutal. You're providing poor service. Fuck! God, I'm supposed to be a gamer? No! No, I'm not! The Daily Mail called me a gamer and I've been living with that curse ever since. On the plus side, though, we now know that the KGB are scary. It does give us a chance to check our inventory and everything. By the 9.
If not gamer, why gamer shape?
Okay, Fiona, I gotta share this one with you.
Alright.
Number said, and I put it simply, if not gamer, why gamer shaped?
deceiving, I suppose.
Let's take a breath. Me. Let's talk about video games, all of this. And numbers, and everybody. Like, seriously, thank you for the bits. Like, yeah, no, and Unholy Glee, that was so fascinating about it, is that basically that guy waited in a corner and just shivved me in the back until I was dead. I couldn't turn around because, like, the stun hit. Because I was too blasé, I ran forward and didn't check. Say the KGB is the problem, it's not news, Will. Yeah, that, as news goes, that might be a smidgen out of date. I did finally watch all of Chernobyl, and oh boy. But we talked about that a lot. It does mean that we can, I mean, putting the points into hacking is not a terrible shout, but because we got hacking up and we got pistol up, so next we should probably aim for, like, I guess heavy weapon might not be a bad shout. So light is SMG and shotgun. Small arms is pistol. Yeah, so I guess heavy weapons is our next thing. KGB, you mean the cool guy baddies? Oh, and Angel Kalina says hi! If it looks like a gamer and quacks like a gamer, and has skin that has never seen the light of sun like a gamer. This is profiling right here. Alright. If I was a gamer, I'd be good at this. Where are you, you little blob? There you are. Ow! Fucking bastard! I've got these stabby, weeping angels that just say, oops! What the fuck? Like, oops, museum's haunted. What do you mean the museum's haunted? Museum's haunted. We look at them and then look away. If they move, they die.
If there's one thing Delicious in Dungeon has taught me, it's that living armor is good eating.
You know what? Somebody else said this, and I really do agree. Delicious in Dungeon making living armor an interesting bad guy to fight is incredible. So, okay. Video game banter, video game topics, what's been going on in your little noggins, friends? Talk to me. Literally picking up saves. Because whilst we're picking our next conversation topic for this afternoon... Ow! I would like to point out that Mother's Basement, which is a YouTube channel that I've been following for donkey's years, did a really good video on the storytelling and the world building of Delicious in Dungeon, which is very applicable to world building in video games, which I think is really cool. Like, there's been more than a few times that Jeff Thu has done some really, really good deconstructions, predominantly through the medium of anime, that are genuinely applicable to video games. And no, DJ Coil, like, absolutely agree. Delicious in Dungeons video world building is very video games, but it's the focal point being always about the food. I think is where the video game connection comes in. Like, you can tell any story as a dungeon crawler, but what is the character's, I don't know, we say motivation? What is their raison d'etre? Is it combat? Is it conflict? Is it getting sexy times with your fellow dungeon delvers / monsters? Like, ultimately, the gameplay loop at its core defines a lot of the experience, and that's kind of rad. You know, the difference between a cooking game and a fighting game is very, very pronounced, even if they both have the same thematics. It's Monster Cooker. It's... God. It's inspired a lot of people to actually, you know, explore the joy of cooking, and I think that's really fucking cool. Nick says they booted up Stellaris for the first time in a while, and oh boy, that sure is a game. It might be the most game that anyone has ever gamed in a long time. Actually, I haven't gone back to Stellaris in a while because I have no fucking chill when it comes to that. Like, Stellaris is either what consumes my life, or I don't play it. Okay. Gave him the old spin test. Also, you notice the whole Weeping Angels maneuver works really well when you can't strafe and you can't quickly mouse look. I also, so I don't know if anyone's seen Fred today, but I'd be really curious to know if playing this is fine for people who have vertigo and, like, motion sickness. Angelos has been playing through Silent Hill 2 for the first time and only just looked through the manuals, the physical version, and there are entire controls he had no idea existed. Yeah! I both love and hate that era we went through in gaming, where you had to read the manual. If you don't read the manual, get fucked. Which I guess for a few also partially served as a form of DRM. Because, like, if you didn't have the manuals, you couldn't play the game. Once apparently that guy freaking the fuck out was not fun for us. Okay. I think... Oh yeah, this was a door we already hacked. You know what? Not gonna risk it for a biscuit with that bloke. Sewer snacks. I think I just stole that guy's sewer snacks. DJ Coral says Tunic's in-game manual is an interesting experiment. It is, and we do need to play that, but I believe it was either Vanderbeest or Puns who have been waiting for us to play it specifically. And I know we won't be able to play it casually. Like, there's no way that we just play a bit of Tunic, you know what I mean? One of the interesting ones was Mullet Mad Jack, and how the in-game manual, it was, yeah, whoever that is, they can fuck right off. The in-game manual serves simultaneously. Oh. Oh, fuck me! This fucking game! The in-game manual in Mad Mullet Jack is simultaneously a story event and a... it serves... Oh, my fucking life. Okay, and breathe, and breathe. It serves simultaneously to get the user grounded in the world, but also does a lot of like story heavy lifting. And if you do it, you're actually rewarded with one of the hidden weapons. So it gives a cute little kind of, you know, RTFM and then reward. Oh, and Fred, okay. No, yeah, sorry, Fred, I apologize. Yeah, I guess I did summon you and then ignore you, but it was just to be like, how is this game in terms of like motion sickness and the ilk? And so it's interesting. So apparently it's fine for Fred, except for when I do the quick left and right. Yeah, we can't use the flamethrower yet. I will say, the use of the phones is brilliant, just because... Fucking hell! It's brilliant because it makes me genuinely want to pick up the phone just to shut it up. Might have just burnt The Thing from that movie, The Thing. Sounds good to me. Okay. So DJ Cole says, Elden Ring tried to make an optional tutorial. Didn't go well. True. Users these days are so used to learn by play. And I think that's fine, like it's a really good way of teaching things, but there's something really quirky about having like an additional manual to study. Like, I remember as a weird, like, reading everything in like the Warcraft 2 manual to learn everything I need. And I thought that shit was really powerful. Also, fucking save it. Here we go. Yeah, no, DJ Coil. Monster Hunter, how it has everything as UI prompt, is also a really fucking valid way of doing it. You know? Oh, the showers are on the other side, aren't they? I think we already cleared... Yeah, we already cleared this area out. Okay. Showers were... Oh yeah, so the showers are on this side. Let me heal up first. And you're right, Angela, Monster Hunter did take a while to do that because predominantly... Got 31 maximum, oh god. Monster Hunter was predominantly designed to be collaborative, right? So like, you and your homies share knowledge with each other. So things like the hunting horn tunes and varying recipes and whatnot, like... Kitty. Mouse roll. Fuck, this game knows what's up. Sorry. Yeah, Monster Hunter was designed to be something that you learn and share knowledge with, so the esoterica of it was almost encouraged. But after a while, there was this huge gap between those who knew and those who didn't. And that doesn't really work as well. For those of you that watched me and Kyle and Fiona and Ems playing Monster Hunter, that was a really good example of like the difference between knowing that game and not. Oh! KGB, more like KGB, dude. No one knows how funny I am. Well, and Angelos, see, I was in the same place because while I did have eventually people at like Sega QA to play with, up until that point I had to just play solo. So there were all these things I did not find out about with Monster Hunter until ages later. Alright, and we're going for heavy weapons. Fuck yes. And we can hack through the wall here. I am so smart. And I am going to save again. It's time for the KGB down. Okay, the second player is really difficult. Fuck. I basically have to play in reverse. Oh, it's an extender! It's the KGB extender. So DJ Coyle would love to do a Monster Hunter squad. A friend of mine said he might play with me. Well, we do have lots of people that will play specifically World. We tried, what was it? The newest one, Rise. And we just got too spoiled. Like, Monster Hunter World was so good. And Rise was a more traditional experience. Like, again, no hate, it's just... Bastards are getting tough. Hate that! Creep on your showers. Ooh, I'm the KGB. Ow! The fuck just bit me? No cheeses for us Mises. Wait till I get my heavy weapons. Clear out these side rooms first. I will say, frame rate's getting a little choppy, and I'm not sure directly what's causing it. Could just be moving elements, but I think this is more due to, you know, solo dev first kind of project, and optimization is fucking hard. I think so, Nick. Like, I can't pass where it is specifically, but it does level out after a while. But no, like, seriously, DJ Coyle, if you wanna get into Monster Hunter, we've got the people. Hell, I think we've all been kind of like angling for an excuse. Yeah, come on, bastards. KGB wankers are no joke. It might be the flickering lights here. Definitely hit somebody. Yeah! Get it, fuck! Yeah, I know you're there now. Bastard. Okay. Okay, so DJ Cross says they tapped out twice on the big points in Iceborne, and that's fine. Like, I mean, friends, I understand most people are very much rocking, you know, Elden Ring at the moment, and or other similar flavors of mischief. And that's entirely fine. Alright, this loops us back around to here. So, I don't know the viability of getting a squad together for things like Monster Hunter right now, but, I mean, shit, we have the people. It's like we've already done the hard work getting a squad together. Okay, so if you could just wave a magic wand and get a squad together for a game, what would be one of yours? Absolutely saving now we got this. Number says unfortunate spacemen. Fuck yeah. Love an excuse to go back for a big old session of that. I think once winter comes and we have a lot more of us all stuck indoors on the weekends, we'll hit that again. DJ says any game would be Crystal Chronicles 2. Second place. Wow, 10-man raids. Okay, I hear some creepy-ass whispering. Hey, Cat. How you doing, mate? Hey, Cat, we gotta play some games together. Be it on or off stream. Because I keep saying this. You need to... Ket, you need to get into Sea of Thieves. Oh, the whispering is because our sanity's cracking. Alright. Time for drugs! Andrew says, good squad for Phantasy Star Online Episode 1. Or I'll take the GameCube Episode 1 and 2. God, that would be my indulgent video series. Like, time no question, views don't fucking matter. I have all the time in the world. It would be me and 3 other people doing split screen Phantasy Star Online. And that's it. That's the video. Unholy Glee says they bounce up Monster Hunter World a few times and no idea why their brain just goes burr with it. Hey, sometimes it's about the who you play with and the when, you know. Nothing will shut down your enjoyment faster than that feeling of you should like something, but don't. You know? The idea that this should be your, like, gaming glee, but ends up feeling like a chore. Like, that'll shut down your love of something so quickly. Fucking bastard. I mean, I guess you don't need me to tell you for that one. Cole says they'd love to revisit the secret world with a group that's never experienced it when it ran live. Just do the King's Mouth section as a group. Yeah, that would be rad as shit. I mean, we've been able to experience a little bit of that with the Black Watchman, because we never played it when it was hot, but now we can at least experience, like, the good bits, you know? Like, that's something I've been really enjoying. It's just, if you haven't been playing along with the puzzles, it can get a bit... Okay, so we just got a bunch of microchips. I think we cracked the... Nope. I think we got given the code to get through to here. Just check the quest logs real quick. Field test is running. Lure the Shoggoth into the flames. Secret weapons research. Okay. The code for level 3 is 917. Oh, no, that's just storage. Oh, I guess we kill this fucking thing. I mean, it's alright, we saved before we went up there. Don't you humph at me. But jumping back. Oh, yeah. Nick, I will agree that the secret world, it got buried in that whole, like, rush on WoW's throne that happened. But it was genuinely fresh, genuinely original. And, like, if you treated it like a mystery, you know, like you were actually a bunch of people doing battle with conspiracies, that game was second to fucking none. It's brilliant. Bloody marvellous. Okay. Alright, cool. We've got to lure this guy into the... Oh, no. Ow. Don't bite me. Don't bite me. Ow. Fuck. Did you notice that when we died this time, it said connection to flesh puppet lost? It's okay. We got this. Amos, leave your paws alone, mate. Okay. This is cool. We've just got to lure the Shoggoth monster into it. And then jobs are good. Oh! I fucking exploded. Come on! That's the creature we're trying to lure into the fire. So what would be my wave a magic wand and get everybody playing? I mean, there's a couple that are really like just selfish ones. So for example, Samurai Gun 2, for example. And if it was more feasible, I'd have to add Sniper Elite 3 into there. But again, I don't think I need a magic wand for that one, because the only thing that stopped us from playing Sniper Elite 3 more is just that Sniper Elite is very, very broken. What is going on? I think we got it. Okay. What the fuck did we just pick up? Hang on a second. See how hurt we are. So we have 19 health out of 120. Okay. The fuck was that? Was that a box mimic? Something tells me that maybe killing the Shoggoth, that might have been keeping other bastards at bay. Love that for us. I mean, I won't be forgetting that mimic in a hurry. That's for damn sure. Okay, they're just handing these fucking quests. Make sure we're not getting Weeping Angel. Cold Ankles was saying they might consider weaving the wand over Freelancer. Now, obviously, one of the other ones that we've done in the past that has varying levels of success depending on who you're playing it with is obviously Subterfuge. Peace at last. The cruel thing rots in hell. Well, oh god, that sounded bad. Very big guns, but still. Hyperchips earned 18. Alright, he's good. Okay, so we now have loads of microchips. Alright. And we're gonna save. We are absolutely gonna fucking save. I might have just saved twice by mistake. Fuck. Why? Where are my sanity pills? Fucking take some of those and all. Meow to you too, kitty. Meow to you too. Meowly partner. playing red light, green light with these fucking bastards. No. Just no. Sorry. Okay. There's so much about this that... Oh, sorry, mouse! Don't worry about it. There's so much about this that I want to rave about how good it is. You know, the fact that what is essentially a reworking of an ancient control scheme works really well. Like the concept that had it had the time to breathe, like the control scheme around System Shock would actually have worked really fucking well.
Hmm? 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 Hmm?
Start using our lever action though, because we're kind of reliant on the pistol for right now. We've got to beef up our heavy weapons before we can start really flexing. Let's get hacking! There's also, like, if we're magic wanding it, that also means, like, technical limitations fixed. Fucking Unreal Tournament. I'd love to play that with all of you lot, but Tim Sweeney said no, because he hates fun. Tim Sweeney loves money, hates fun. I like the opposite of New Blood, if you think about it. Oh, he's not going to be in the sequel. Alright, can we use the SKS now? No, we need Heavy Arms 4. We're a long ways away from that. Oh. Oh, and no accidental spoilers for Bioshock, as there may be friendos lurking that are doing their very first playthrough. Yes, Ludo, I did just learn how to spontaneously combust. Oh, fucking hell. Very important skill. Very important skill. Alright. Time to go to level 3. Oh. Sorry! Don't even worry about it. Only 20 years late. Ooh. Alright, bear with me a second, friends. Yeah, just gonna have to do a save and reload because this is chugging. Okay, just bouncing the title, friends, because that was getting very chuggy. And Sagara, I often wonder, like, what would a new Unreal Tournament look like? Like, it never managed to it never managed to come into being during its attempted reboot, right? Oh, I love that. Guess that's where we're at next. And, you know, what was meant to be the reboot of Unreal Tournament ended up being basically the Hello World starter pack for UE4. Technomagic Infusion! God, that sounds like a hipster coffee place. Hey friends, I'm going down to Technomagic Infusion. Does anyone want to get it? Anyone want to get something? And the code was... Oh, we could have just hacked it! Psh. All that faffermancy, and I could have just played Pong and won. It's all about the slice. No! I played myself. Beans! Okay, it's one apiece. Just gonna try to fuck it up. Fuck. Hate this. No! Ow. Fine. Oh, 917. Still. So this is basically the underwater park that has become infected and messed up. And Angelos, let's not be mean about other people's projects. Infinite had great assets, and it was a hell slog that people had to go through. Like, let us not forget the human cost. Like, I take umbrage with what Infinite ended up saying artistically, but it was a game that people put, was it, a decade of their lives into. Oh, I hate this. Yeah, and yeah, the Buddy AI system for Elizabeth spawned entire games, but I think Aaron Signal put it best, which is like Levine's obsession with, like, for lack of a better term, centralism works when the two factions in question are still not trained enough. Like, if faction A is a megalomaniac AI hell-bent on taking over reality itself, and the other faction is a collectivist blob of, like, hive harmony and union, you can kind of do a, you know, who's the real villain? But yeah, no, both sides did, when one side is racism, and the other is people oppressed by racism. Oh, okay, I just got blinked out of existence. Alright. So yeah, that's... You know, that's definitely something that I will not let Ken forget anytime soon. But that's not like a technical problem, and honestly, that only really becomes apparent. Oh, that guy was just calling to remind me of the door code. I'm not going to bother trying to hack it this time. We still get our XP for it, so it's fine. Yo! Sorry, this is my first time using the little torch. God, that's fucking cool. Oh, Jesus. Fucking hell! Okay, I just got fucking deleted. Okay, so friends, let's continue the banter. I'm going to bring the game part to a close, because I want to talk about all of this. And I think this is a good point to leave it, because it's about to get, like, brutal and scary. And I like that. Like, friends, how much is this game on Steam? This game is $8 on Steam. I very, very highly recommend it, in case that wasn't fucking obvious from today's session. But I don't want you all to watch me get just obliterated by the same lass 80 times. Oh, and Angelos, like, you're entirely fine, friend. I knew what you meant, and I was just gonna... Yeah. It is also interesting, as Edwin points out, that... Okay, and I'm not saying this should just be like a, hoo-hoo, boobies! But the Rule 34 3D animation stuff around Elizabeth ended up busting open this whole, like, backroom animation revolution. And yes, predominantly it was used for smut, but we have jumped forward leaps and bounds in terms of, like, video game animation because of the smut. And that comes from that particular Elizabeth model that ended up doing the rounds. It's kind of fascinating. I don't know if anyone's done a video about it. Like, I know Jesse Cox did a sort of video of smut in games and kind of touched on it a little bit. Predominantly talking about how there's, you know, much more thirsty games now available. But... Oh, I'm going to keep spamming the link to this game, friends, because I really do hope you'll give this a try. And yes, numbers, we are talking about the lass from Bioshock Infinite. Also, shout out to the peeps that ended up pulling it all together with Burial at Sea, who got handed the absolute stinker of a midway twist with Infinite, and then were like, hey, you know what? No, we're going to make a DLC, we're going to close this loop. And they feckin' did it.
The Stay Puft Marshmallow Man announced his divorce today. When asked why, the former Mrs. replied, "Sadly there was no hard feelings between us."
Oh my word. Thank you for the 500 Akira Zero. And how's your day going? We're not ending stream right now. We're just having a chat and a natter. I was really enjoying that game, and honestly, I wanted to do some hanging out with you lot as well. So, heckin' yo. If you didn't see it, Sonar Shock was what we were just spending our day on, and it was very, very... What if OG System Shock had a sequel? Like, it feels like it spawned from an alternate universe where the original System Shock was wildly successful, like way more than it was. And there's this whole plethora of, like, System Shock likes, you know? It feels like it comes from that universe, and I love it. No, Phyllis, we're not signing off for the night. We're just kind of having a natter. We were talking about Bioshock Infinite and how, like, while yes, it is artistically repugnant in places, as a craft, as a game that was made by people over the course of 10 years, you know, all games are a miracle. It is amazing that any video game gets made, and what that team put out in the face of Ken Levine's whataboutisms is brilliant, and I love it. You know? There are very few bad games ever made because no one sets out to make a bad game. But sometimes when you get stuck in the suck, when the game is not coming together, when you know that it's going sideways, you know, having to pull it out of your... Having to pull that creativity out of nowhere to bring it all together is so hard. It's so hard. Sorry, just checking up on the hot sheets very quickly. Vila's first rig was a Commodore 64 and they were 7. Classical years. Need to get Ben on the line because the Commodore Amiga years were something I was aware of, but I never had repeated access to. But that's another story. But no, it is very, very interesting that Bioshock Infinite had such an impact on the industry. And hey, if you want to talk about games that suck, that did amazing despite everything, fucking, what was it? Detroit Be a Human, I guess, or whatever it was fucking called. God. Again, everybody who worked on that busted their ass for such a fucking disaster. And I've got so much respect for the people who worked on that because, you know, day in, day out, they had to deal with a David Cage plot about racism from possibly one of the last people who should be making a story about racism. Yeah, Nick, me too, Fred, me too. It had a very, very easy to absorb aesthetic and just hit a perfect time. Much like with Sniper Ghost Warrior and Saints Row, like, it was just one of those games that dropped at the perfect time. And I'm just like, yeah, trapped in the David Cage. Okay, so what else to cap off today? Because we had a lot of good conversations and a lot of good bands. Like, there are some fascinating titles from yesteryear that absolutely deserve revisiting. And honestly, I think the jankier and more unplayable those titles of yore were, the more they deserve a second shot, because here's the thing, that game would have been very, very difficult on a controller, but would have absolutely been doable. The lack of spinny, spin, and side-scrolling would definitely have made it easier for people with like motion sickness and vertigo. And it just makes me so happy to see, you know, our history in games being looked at and revered rather than mocked, you know. I mean, I was trying to think of other classic games that had, by comparison, unplayable control schemes. XCOM got its day in the sun. I've not delved into Homeworld 3 yet because I'm scared. I couldn't be casual around Homeworld 3, and I don't want to come across as a hater. Yeah, Nick. Okay, jumping back. The Dark Pictures anthology doing episodic-sized titles so well. Like, and I guess because each one was sensibly budgeted, sensibly developed, and made in these little, like, it felt like the dev team wasn't doing episodic, even though that's how we received it. It felt like they were doing really good, like, cell group development, like you're supposed to. And so yeah, watching the Dark Pictures anthology succeed has been giving me life, hope, and I'm glad I'm not the only one that's scared of Homeworld 3. Because, like, we've talked about this before, there are just some games that I have no chill for. Like, I'm such an ardent fan that I can't engage that, like, artistic part of my brain. I'm just trying to think of other things, like the discussions earlier about Total War and that. Again, it would be amazing to see somebody able to tackle that blend of real fights and turn-based strategy together. How someone would go about that, I have no ruddy clue, but I'd be fascinated to see some attempts at it, you know? Yeah, Vilo, I've got a kind of complicated view on Blackbird Entertainment because they did lay off some homies, and I don't know how that situation's been handled. You know, right now it's real hard to balance teams that are making games that I love that also laid off people that I love. You know what I mean? But that's a whole nother kettle of conversation. Not a kettle of monkeys. Ah, see? Okay, dear friends, do we have any other thoughts, feels, or closing statements? I think, unless there's some more banterific nonsense you'll want to throw in, I think I'm going to bring it to a close. I know we've only done 5.5 hours today, but I think this is a good stopping point. Rilu's saying, speaking of kettles, it's not even 4 a.m. and I just woke up. Who wants tea? I'd love a cup. Thank you. That would be excellent. Cold ankles. The question then would be where? As I didn't see it in Free Games Alert. Just having a look over here. I haven't seen anything. It's not a cult, Fred. It's not a cult. Cold ankles with love and respect. I get a lot of DMs. I get a lot of DMs and I drink a lot, so I may have missed it. Oh, made back. then I absolutely missed it. Best idea is if you find a good free title, throw it in free games alert. Everybody's hurting for cash this year, and games that cost the low price of no monies are very welcome. Actually, in free games alert at the moment, Martin posted, I don't know if it's still up, but Freshly Frosted. I very recommend that. Looks like a simple puzzle game, does gangbusters, and for a while was the most highly rated game on Steam. Okay. Well, so Cold Ankles, I see what you put. That's interesting. But that seems to be more like a vehicle for playing, like, tabletop war games and things like that, which is feckin' cool. Oh shit, it's done by a local person? Dalen Studios. Fuck yeah. No, that seems really interesting. And if Kent's already aware of it, that means it does have some pedigree. Hells yeah, thank you for sharing. And hey, I didn't know about that. And anytime somebody can recommend me anything Vigigamery wise I don't know, I'm always impressed. That's also why I tell people not to recommend me games too much, because 9 times out of 10 I do know it. Oh, you mean the Quantum Astrophysics Guild? Yeah, that's Ty. Ty's a fucking legend. I thought you meant the Solve Tabletop Warfare. Yeah. Okay, so, again, it's in Free Games Alert. Above Solve. Freshly Frosted is a brilliant automation puzzle game that has incredible writing. And it doesn't feel like it will at first, because it's an automation puzzle game about making donuts. And by the time you get through it, oh boy. Now, it is definitely worth your time, even without, like, even with an actual paid price tag. But again, we're all fucking broke this year, so free is a very good price. I'm not sorry! If it makes you feel any better, Hookshot, I do not have easy access to donuts. So. Okay. So, friends, let us bring our adventures to a close. Hopefully there are some homies streaming something that isn't... oh no! Hush! Hush, Will of the Future! Past! Okay, you know, we've got some friendos that are streaming non-Elden Ring stuff. Elden Ring will be back next week, and it's going to be fucking ages before I get to being able to tackle the DLC. So, but I wanted to give it a wide berth so that those of you that are playing the DLC can just get to it and don't have to worry about spoilers. I know, Nick, that's a very, very good point. We haven't done it in a while, but in the past we've done this whole, like, itch.io, like, indie game stream where, like, the people over at, is it Red Nexus? The people that did Peglin just gave us a huge budget to just go blow on itch.io games. And it was real cool. It's real fucking cool. I know, DJ Coil, lovely as always. I'm just checking on our cool kids. Seeing who's up to what after this. Okay, we've got loads of friendos to go to after this. Oh, and Cold Ankles, I'm glad you've all had a good time. I fucking missed you lot, alright? Sorry I was a fucking mess last week. It's fucking good to be back. And to that end, let me say my thank you so I'm not an ungrateful turd. Because The reason I get to sit here day in, day out, the reason I get to have these conversations is because you lot are like, this Will guy, he's got a funny face. I like that funny face. Here's $1. No, but seriously, thank you. Okay. Now, to Barney and Thraljo, thank you kindly for the follows. Hopefully we get to natter some video games in the future. To MDH Wright, Blobicus Maximus, Snuggly Burrick, Mike Cade, Austin Spafford, Sir Hanswolf, Rubber Sandwich, Magnesium Jello, Unitax, Hand Cream, and the Dice Goddess, along with Angelos, whether you were gifted a sub or whether you were celebrating an inordinate number of months. Thank you. As per usual, bits and donations is what keeps this thing afloat. So to Eriman, Baron Sheep, Legend of Moraid, Some Numbers, Akira Zero, Favor 6, Shitaru, J Post, Bacon Adventure, Fearless Son of Vanderbeest, and Nick. Thank you, friends. And thank you to the entire moderation team, not just Kathy, but also Lizzie T. Cow and Rhymes with Moose. You feckin' legends. No, seriously, I mean it. The mods have been putting up with, like, Wibbly Will for quite a while now, and I'm very grateful. Now, I have 3 choices for you. I have sci-fi spoops, I have many cats, and I have Lego Star Wars, but not the game. So that is sci-fi spoops, many cats, and Lego Star Wars, not the games. Numbers is very keen for cats. Wolf would also like cats. Nick wants some sci-fi spoopy. Let's see how this shakes out. Edwin wants spoops. Oh, it's 2 apiece. Do we have a decider? Oh, and if you're wondering, we have loads of great friends that do great streams, and it's very, very hard to... Bacon, that doesn't help! However, Barney did throw in for cats. Okay, so we're going to go over to... Oh no, please don't. And they are currently playing A Building Full of Cats. A game where you must find a building full of cats. Now, the whole cat spotting indie subgenre is something that I am a huge, huge fan of because it is sensible dev, entertaining, fun, good times, and like they're cute. Just finding kitties. That's it. That's the game. So, I'm going to pass you over to those lovely individuals. Friends, for tomorrow, what are we playing? I don't know what the main schedule. What are we playing? I'm totally not checking my own announcements post. Oh, tomorrow we're playing the coin game. And I want to show you that because that is an example of, like, exponential adding to a title, but in a good way. It is a... How to make indie game, how to add to indie game, and make indie games successful. So tomorrow's going to be a really, really good discussion. Also, what if GameWorks was a survival, not survival horror, but just a survival game? Then we've got Hellblasser. Oh, and this Saturday, it's the Gaytona. We're doing it. We're doing it. But that is enough from me this evening, friends. Have an exceptional rest of your evening. To you VOD watchers and live peoples, thank you. And to be continued. Watch out.